Hello and good morning, or possibly evening, Netrunners. I'm Cephalopod Wizard, here to stream the accelerated meta test for September in the APAC time zone. We've just paired the first round. We're going to go have a look at Aesop's tables. Now, this is going to be a 6-round tournament with a cut to top 4, I believe. And we have a very purple-looking corpse side, and then we have a surprisingly not very shaper right side. One kit so far. Now the ban list was just announced for the upcoming Worlds meta. So World Tree will be banned, but is live for this event. Now, with that said, I'm going to jump into a table and ask if I can watch. So I see Op Super Heavy Logistics. That's always a fun time to see what's going on. Good evening, Cord Gang. It's evening for me too, but APAC's just waking up. Then if we look at everything, we see that precision design is looking really popular. And then we've got a couple of Ateas. Looking forward to seeing what's happening there. And even Sebastio is online. Yes, highly recommend watching around. Alright, just checking to see if we're good to stream. I'm going to jump into table 2 here. Okay, great. So here we see Jinteki Restoring Humanity. There's been a very popular build, which has been Bacterial Programming. Try to cheat it out with a Regenesis, with a backup threat of punitive counterstriking you if you steal an agenda, which can get really nasty if the Bacterial is in archives. And on the other side, we have Kit. Kit has been let off the chain with the latest card release, and there's a great many things you could be doing. Cheating out a Lobi Soman with Spark of Inspiration, pretty strong. I've also seen just a lot of choices and builds around a strong decoder with Kit. Alright, and we see the players taking their mulligans. I think the round is started. And let's zoom in a little. No acid spam yet. Good evening, Wenjong. We are just starting the first round of this game. Always be running, especially into Jinteki Ice. Highly recommend. But of course, it's good to just have that decoder around. That'll let you into a lot of early servers. Yeah, very very nice, Wenjong. It's a great time to have a time to catch a game. And as pointed out, always be running is self-fulfilling if you're a Kit player. You get to turn something into a code gate the first time each turn you encounter an ice, and it lasts the whole run. Which sometimes matters if you get ganked into that ice again, but usually it's just a one-time thing. Now, as for do I know what either of these players specifically are up to? Absolutely no idea. We are going to have to... 25 seconds. Excellent countdown. Surely... Oh, no. The round has started. Yep, let's start. Parker Bolo making very wise decisions. Here in Italy, it's 3 a.m. By the way, we have 12 players in this AMT. So that's a pretty decent turnout. Some players are making some very exciting decisions about whether or not to go to sleep at this night. Then we see what looks like the classic opener out of Knack. Oh no, not classic. So, Ice Hedge Fund. Ah no, that's just a misclick. The classic being, yes, Ice R&D and HQ. I think there's even a podcast named Ice Hedge Fund because it's just such a nice start to the game. But it also means not getting started with a threat in the remote. All right, and then we see Kit getting started with Spark of Inspiration, install an Orca. It's not a decoder, but it's just about as good because you... Like, what are you scared of in Jinteki? Sentries. And then when you use Orca, it's this monster decoder that costs 10, but we don't want to pay 10, so we spark it into play for 3. And this deck probably contains exactly 2 programs. One is going to be Orca, one is going to be Lobisomen. Orca also charges your cards as it breaks sentries, so this can get you more card draw from Dr. Nuka. This seems like a pretty strong start for the Kit player. Corporation just setting up a new remote and a Spin Doctor. Jinteki Restoring Humanity likes to have a card face down in the discard pile. That way you start getting a credit every turn. We haven't got that active yet. Sometimes you want to just have a Hansei review to get that started. It looks like a little low on cards to be able to just over-discard, because when you're trying to discard exactly one card, you kind of have to manage your hand a little bit, and that's not super convenient when you urgently need to go set up your remote server. There we go, the Hansei review, something's in archives. And advance the card in server 1. This doesn't look super secure with only one ice, and Kit probably... Hey, that's a test run that got discarded. That suggests that Kit doesn't need it and might just have the second spark. But also, Kit only has 4 credits. Now, sometimes, especially before this deck was figured out, you would disable Restoring Humanity by just running Archives, and you turn off their money drip. Because if they get away with 1 credit per turn, that's a pretty good identity. But these days,
doesn't work against bacterial punitive YDL.
It doesn't, and that's why you're allowed to get away with it. And these days, you don't even have to worry if it's not the bacterial that sets you up for the murder, because Spin Doctor holds in case it's the lesser of some agendas. Also, welcome.
Hi, sorry about that. Just finishing up making dinner, but yeah, it's interesting to see RH because I feel like Ag has been the more popular choice recently, but smaller deck size also does things.
And now I'm scrolling up because I think that Rashida was discarded from the Hansei review. I don't think that resolved.
Oh, interesting.
But of course, Charlotte is a pretty good deal, and this makes a lot of sense for a card that you're willing to just advance manually in a server you are pretty sure the runner can get into.
I'm curious, if they're willing to trash a Rashida, there must be some pretty good cards in hand.
Yeah, the first turn of this game turned out to be a misclick, but I saw a double ice on HQ, and I thought, wow, HQ must be really important.
Right. Well, and Kit has burner too. I think a lot of the times icing HQ versus Shaper is, especially if you're playing a combo deck, at least you kind of have to ice HQ versus Shaper.
Yeah, because the entire threat that you're proposing is something you're holding in your hand over the course of the game.
Exactly. Like turn 1, if I'm playing RH or Ag, I'd much rather see a trick shot than a burner.
All right, Ms. Bones can help you trash those Lacosta grids, and where you see Charlotte, you usually see Lacosta, so it's been costing the Corp a lot of actions and credits to just keep running the Charlotte, and that makes it seem like a very fair card as opposed to Charlotte and Lacosta just automatically continuing to function. But we're also here on turn 5 with no agendas having been seen.
Yeah. Punitive. What? Oh
Yeah,
boy.
yeah. That's
Wow. Never would have guessed. What a surprise.
v- very funny.
Oh
Sending a message.
boy.
Wow, sorry, did not. We're just showing you that we have these goons on call.
But yes, does confirm the suspicions. Um
Yeah. So even
I
as
believe
we,
yeah. I
even
believe in
as
a
we,
tournament
go ahead.
setting that would result in a warning and not necessarily a game loss. Although it could.
All right, and there we go. We get a peek at the deck, but we also see Lobosomum is online. Scary, scary thing, and now the corp's probably going to have to really
You know,
believe in their kill plan.
you know what else about about these decks? Playing Mad Dash is actually really good here because then you only really have to score 2 agendas. You don't have to worry about like the Regenesis or I guess RH doesn't need to play Regenesis, but yeah, I assume
I,
there's
th-
like
I
a
think they
couple.
still do.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do? Score 9 points?
Yeah.
That is. Speaking of Mad Dash, there is a Mad Dash we saw on that
Right.
Spark of Inspiration.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But yeah.
All right, and we're just clearing out the Spin Doctor. It's very good to get rid of the Spin Doctors. And with Ms. Bones, it is you've already paid the cost to get rid of the Spin Doctor, and this keeps the corp from being able to. It prevents the corp from being able to save actions for later if they suddenly realize, whoops, there's game-winning points in archives now. So you always want to get rid of the
Yeah.
Spin Doctors.
Though I'm surprised that Percobolo didn't go after the Charlotte server, considering there was so much money on the they didn't spend any of their trick shot credits. Maybe just being extra careful.
Yeah, that is true.
But yeah.
And these are monster breakers. You've already paid the cost of getting them on the table, so breaking ice is not very expensive.
Yeah.
Worm, we need to ping someone to update the stream title. Let's see if I can find who to ping.
All right. So that's probably the Lacosta going on to the Charlotte. And now I think Percobolo definitely can't afford to ignore the Charlotte server, but I don't know, especially with all those Bones credits too. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like I'm surprised they didn't go after the Charlotte server. Because with the Bones and the, I don't know, maybe they really just wanted to do that creative. I think last click creative commission. So
Yeah, I mean, while the corp is getting plenty of time to do what they want, they're also putting no pressure on you. There's no threat of regenesising something into their score area. All right. Oh no. All right, this looks like the wrong run event.
oopies.
So now we know there are more trick shots, and yeah, so this looks like an excellent time to
Yeah.
try to get rid of those punitives, especially the one we've already seen. Did we see
Burner
a burner
definitely.
from Spark?
Yeah. There's a burner.
And
But
fantastic hits. We got 2 punitives. Those can go straight to the bottom.
yeah. I think Percorbolo doing the burner first, thinking if there's an agenda in HQ, you can just put that at the top and then do the trick shot. But now
Yeah,
I think we're gonna
and now you
archives.
feel extremely secure getting this possible 3-pointer out of archives. And because the Spin Doctor was cleared out earlier, the Corp can't shuffle them to get them into a more accessible place. They're stuck on the bottom of the deck for now.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think that was a little. I still don't know if you want to go archives because there's still a risk of single punitive. Um, and yeah, also the anemone hit is pretty annoying. Um, but they lost, what is it? The overclock and the creative condition.
Ooh.
So they didn't lose the oh.
That Fuji's the scariest thing we could possibly see. Because if it wasn't Fuji, to be fair, Fuji is a card to expect. But
Uh-huh.
if it wasn't Fuji, then we could just click to draw one card after this and then be very safe. But
Right.
again, Bacterial just looks at the top 7 cards, and while the odds are low, there's one in out of 33 cards is the punitive, and you're hoping it's in the top to get a single punitive
Yeah.
win.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's like the risk of the single punitive. If they had the dash, I think that would have been a pretty good
Well,
move.
okay,
But yeah.
there is a stone chip chart room on the table, so they can
Um
pretty easily get up to. They can just click to draw, or Porkable, he can click to draw and then pop stone chip, and be safe from one punitive.
right, but it's six. No, it's
Oh
six.
yeah, it's
It's
6
six
points.
points.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting that
So
punitive isn't just 3 because we're stealing 3 pointers. All right, actually,
right.
one punitive is game over.
Yeah.
And
So I think
now
Porcobello playing the odds here.
it's a good time to think about odds. That is 6 cards into HQ. So that, to me, that sounds like trying to pad the hand for the agendas that are in there.
I'm gonna archive 6 in hand. Oh yeah. So they tossed one, which was the hedge fund. I think maybe tossing it just to make sure they get the drip. Um,
Yeah, that seems like a drip kind of play.
and no, it doesn't actually get revealed. Since that was, I believe, I mean, you're the expert here, but yeah, no, it's that they access it, but it's not revealed.
Yeah, so there's a specific step at the start of the breach where you turn face down cards face up. And then you proceed to access individual cards. And new cards that are added into archives are added face down, but there's no step to turn them face up. So you just get to see them without getting to actually flip them face up. And in this case, it keeps the Restoring Humanity trigger alive.
Yeah. So I think that's why just getting that clickless credits there, but yeah, it could be pretty rough here. I mean, I think your best shot here is just to use the trick shot. Oh, okay. I was gonna say you could just use the trick shot on R&D and hope for the best, but I
Yeah, the Corp
guess
did take all the cards off of R&D, so it's a fresh card, and well, it's 2 on top of R&D. And I think that speaks to if they're willing to have a fresh card on R&D, they're trying to draw the punitive.
right. There's still one spin doctor. It's I think again, Picarballo playing the odds here because after this turn, you're pretty safe and just not going after R&D with the trick shot.
All right, now simulation
Um,
is a
ooh,
now that is a really good way to try to draw the punitives. That shuffles them, and then you get to draw up 5 new cards. So those 2 are no longer going to be on the bottom of the deck. Now, fortunately,
right.
this is not a full trade your hand for an equal number of cards. It's limited to 5.
Yeah. And it's also like you have to shuffle all of those cards back in, so it's not as if you can like reduce the number because it's like a 1-to-1.
Yeah, you're just rearranging cardboard.
Yeah. But the rearranging is important since those 2 punitives are at the bottom. I wonder if the simulation reset is there specifically for burner, because that does seem like a good
Yeah,
um
yeah, we see exactly why
counterplay.
Burner can really devastate the punitive plan. So it seems like a spectacular way to deal with Burner.
Yeah.
But it is ultimately just some odds. And
Right.
with one click left, it looks like Knack may not have drawn the punitive.
Yeah. It's looking like that way. Unless it's JNet lag again. Which is entirely possible, but
All right, defend R&D. That doesn't look like the punitive.
oof. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, that Porcobello played the odds there that it's like it was a pretty low chance that Knack would draw it. Um,
And pointing out, got lucky with the sim
so
reset because those odds were a lot more dangerous, and maybe the top seven sees the one remaining punitive.
right. Well, because with the simulation reset, it's really like you said, like it's to shuffle your cards and then draw five. I think in that case, it's still you have to like put other cards in, but yeah, yeah. Again, sometimes Netrunner is just a game of odds.
Yep. Yeah, no one has a 100% win rate. Sometimes you're playing for that better
Hmm.
or worse between 50 and 100.
Yeah. So
So now Knack has to try to score out very honestly. So now we see icing the two servers that the Shaper cares about, going up to 3 ice each.
right. And this is where Ag often has the edge, is still being able to score out honestly with all your abilities and extra influence. But we'll see. It's gonna be pretty rough. Um yeah. We'll see what happens. Pinhole seems sensible. Finally gonna use some of those Mamie or some of those bones. Couple of bones.
I'm interested because, okay, yeah, you take out Charlotte, because there is that other upgrade. It could be something like a Void, or I'm guessing it might be a Daniela, who makes you pay more cards to steal an agenda.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems right. Or I mean I assume RH is usually on Anoetic, right?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked at one of these deck lists in a while.
Yeah. Orca charging Lobby here is pretty important with this much ice. Yeah. It's
Yeah, yeah and
yeah, it's gonna be pretty rough.
in this case, Lobi charged itself because an enemy was a code gate, and Lobi got 4 ice. So a one angle available to you is try to run them out of Lobosome counters. They can't, and then can't break barriers anymore. End of the game for Kit if that happens.
Yeah. I mean it looks like Knack hasn't drawn another agenda yet. From what I can see. That would just be I'd hazard the guess there's no agendas in HQ.
Yep, it's a pretty good guess. But of course, Jinteki is not Wayland, so it's not like the Jinteki faction is going to be loaded with barriers they like to play. A lot of these probably are sentries and code gates.
Yeah. Um I mean they do usually play like I don't know. What are the Jinteki barriers now? Like Ivik? Ooh.
That's exciting. Upgrade
Upgrade on
archives.
archives.
So
Oh, I wonder.
the barriers are Tattoo Bola and Boto.
Oh, right, Boto. That's the one. Um,
I don't think it's Ivik.
yeah. Interesting. I wonder if Knack is gonna try to go for a cheeky Regenesis play.
It seems like the kind of thing you might have to go for. Go for something high variance. But of
Hmm.
course, this looks very suspicious. It looks like there might be something already in archives.
Yeah. I mean, this could also be just like a double bluff with like another anemone.
Could be. We're about to find out. Alright, that is the spider. This is why we paid all this deck building costs for Orca. It gets only 4 to full break in Anansi, and you get to charge up something.
Yep. Whales make pretty quick work of spiders.
Ooh, and it is an Anansi.
Ooh,
Or, I'm sorry, it is an Anoetic Void.
interesting. Yeah.
I think you run back. That looks extra suspicious.
Yeah. This is a very suspicious archives, but
But that's the last click. Discarding the Mad Dash because it missed its chance.
yeah, don't need it anymore.
Don't need it anymore. There's no more 2 zeros in the game, I think. No, I think Standoff is still in the game.
If Tanoetic just run back and make them burn their hand, you don't really need to do that because I think at best Knack might be able to pull off one Regenesis. So I think Porcobolo is in a good place where, if he has to, he can do something. But like at this point, it's just like it's not. You don't even really need to. You just have to wait to see what's going on. And yeah, Yeah, it's probably
Yeah.
because the pinhole too.
Yeah. And also, for a Genesis play to go off, the Corp does have to actually get something through the remote. And
Exactly.
that ice is not rezzed yet. 4 ice is going to require way more than 14 credits in the Jinteki faction.
Right. Yeah, I mean it's like I think if there was like an agenda in the remote, then maybe you would just go back, but it's like yeah, pretty likely like the pinhole play is just simpler.
So that
Nothing in
was actually
archives.
nothing.
So that was a bluff.
An incredible bluff, but it seems kind of costly.
I mean, at this point all you can do is waste Porcobolo's time. So it might just be another Anoetic in the remote, hoping to get another 5/3 and push that.
And if you're going to try to make the Regenesis plan happen, you still need to get something into archives somehow without
Right.
the. Admittedly, if you make the runner just check it every time for 6 credits, though they can run out of money doing that.
Was that 2 Mad Dash?
I think that is 2 Mad Dash. Yeah,
That
that's
is
two
pretty
Mad
crazy.
Dash. Really, really want to make sure we get to use them in this matchup. Cruel irony to miss out on that.
Yeah.
Hey, it's droids in the chat.
All right.
And we see a possible setup. This could be Regenesis and a 3-pointer in archives.
Yeah.
Oh, we're
I
just
don't.
burnering.
Burner makes sense. I mean, because if it's like, I don't. Yeah, I don't remember what these lists are, but if it's like, what have we seen so far? 3 YDL, 3 punitives. You could have like maybe like 1 seamless.
Ooh, Anemone. It's not going to be expensive to come back and check HQ if you end up seeing an agenda that you leave in HQ.
Right.
No agendas.
Photo, hedge fund, and Nancy. And no seamless either. But,
All right, Boto down. That actually is a reasonably taxing piece of ice, though I don't know if I want to pay the install cost for a Boto at this point.
wait, what did they lose to the
They lost a trick shot
Anemone?
and a cataloger.
Yeah, I think that's again, that's Knack's sort of best out here is trying to get rid of those pieces.
Yeah, now Porcobolo does need to think, because the way you lose this game is you throw all your credits down the drain trying to check everything. And this looks like something worth checking.
I mean, because you do have a Regenesis play here, and it's like, this is just some old-fashioned bluffing. Like, that's... I respect the pivot here. Like, Knack is really trying to win this game. Not just being like, oh, what am I gonna do? Like, this is trying to pull as much as you can to beat the two breaker doom rig.
Yeah, and you do an important skill in tournaments is playing to your outs, even when some gnarly start puts you in a really bad position, because sometimes the runner will just run an open R&D and they'll get 6 points, but you still can win, and you got to play for that chance to win.
Yeah. Started putting snares and punitive RH. Was snares like specifically like mulch tech? If I remember correctly, it was something silly like that.
Snare would be quite the ploy.
Oh yeah. There's nothing you can really do about snare here.
Yeah, and the runner clicked up to 1 credit. So
notably, RH only has 1 card in hand, which means that
yeah, Void is off.
Void is off. So it could just be Managarm as the last 3 influence. We'll see. This could again also be a...
Isn't the influence the spin doctors? You got punitive.
Oh, Yodel. You're right. You're absolutely right there. I can't count. So
and it is a void.
Yep. Oof.
And then the corp was down to 3 credits, so it would have been hard to keep funding this.
Yeah.
But quite a game. And we saw the double punitive, or the double mad dash tech into the 3-pointer lists.
Great effort by Knack to try to win the game, but unfortunately didn't pan out.
All right, let's see. What's the time left on this? We have 12 minutes left in the round. It looks like we have 1 game active, but only 1 player in. I think the games might all be over. Yeah, the games have all concluded. So let's take a look at... Where's my OBS window? All right, back to the tables. So we see Hoshiko. So yeah, this is actually a very runner-sided round we had here. Only Precision Design took a game off. Other than that, runner wins all around, including on... Or no, not including Sebastião, but...
Seb's the only loser.
Hey, we can't call people losers, but as also up to something, looking forward to seeing that. And I think we've seen
the only not winner.
I think we've seen this name before. I don't remember how we agreed to say it.
I think it's the source.
The source, yes, that makes sense.
Right, because their avatar, I believe, is the picture of the card, the source. Which actually would be ridiculous tech for PD in this day and age, but...
Yeah, those old cards... It's kind of interesting to look back on the old cards, and sometimes you see, like, sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh will find a use for an old card because it has this very weird specific wording, and suddenly it becomes an important card. And so there's some of that hanging around in the old Netrunner before a lot of templating got standardized.
Yeah, I mean that was basically Rococo.
That was Rococo. I seem to remember a playtest story where someone pointed out, this seems like dedication ceremony is going to be how people use this. I don't think people are going to actually do the thing that Rococo says. And then FFG said, no, we're pretty sure that's not going to happen. All right, do you want to send it to break until the next round starts?
Oh, is it? Yeah, it's like 5 minutes, I guess.
We got 10 minutes till the round ends.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. How
I
are you
don't know.
feeling?
Um, I've realized that before you showed up, I was having trouble continuing to talk and fill the airwaves. I am no Metropol grid. Hey, Scarius.
Apology. I was making dinner and I live in one of these apartment buildings that's like 100 years old. So my oven doesn't have like an oven timer and I have to use like like a little oven clock inside of it. So I have to keep checking it.
The
Very
little one
silly.
that goes a ding.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have that.
Oh no.
Doesn't have a proper oven timer. Like I live in a building that has a door on the elevators. But anyway,
All right.
excited to
Meanwhile,
lose
here
it.
I couldn't figure out what was edible in my home, so I just baked some potatoes.
Seems reasonable. Potatoes will fill you up.
Yeah, highly recommend potatoes. You are what you eat, and I think I am a potato at this point.
I think that's okay.
Droids, you are correct. That is a very cool leaf.
It's a drippy leaf.
I love this font, but my goodness, it deletes all the spaces. We need more spaces. One second while I try to get spaces back in here. That's good. Better. So, of all these IDs, anything you're interested in seeing?
Um, I
I do want
mean,
to see
I'm always
Sebastio.
interested in Seb. Yeah,
Yeah, but
I'm
we're not
always
going to see
interested in
Seb
Seb.
next round because that player will be on the corpse side.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, it seems pretty. Oh, you know what? I'm always interested in seeing. I guess someone's on Steve today. I assume it's Banhar Steve, which I think is sort of a bit of a dark horse right now in terms of criminal
there is a red
archetypes.
Steve out there that's on Banharm and
Hmm.
Strike Fund and Steel Skin. It's a very red deck. Calls
It's
back to
pretty
the one
reasonable.
of the core set finals where it was just criminal ID but taking using all the good Anarch cards.
Yeah, I mean Andy Sucker back in the day was absolutely forced to be reckoned with. I mean, I used to play Keyhole Andy, and that was fun. But yeah, I see. It's interesting with Banhar Steve because you'd like. So the way Steve is being played now is, of course, mostly off of DJ Fenris. So it's like it sort of occupies the same space that Omar used to for Anarch with Rebirth, where it was like people only played Omar as a Rebirth target. So it's interesting to me that there's actually an archetype that works well with Steve, and it works that it works better in Steve than it would otherwise in like Zaya or Sable.
I find it downright nostalgic that the Steve deck is including a sneak door beta because
Yeah.
you see Steve and the corp immediately ices HQ, possibly two ice because you can't let him get away with it. And now suddenly we're back in the core set kind of land where they're making you defend all these servers and you don't want to.
Yeah, yeah. I think that yeah, Synchro is one of those cards that it's often hard to find a slot for, but it's also like if you play it, it could just do things. It's like that is a card that is worded very awkwardly, and I think if you made that card today, it would not do what it does. Um, but I think it is very valuable in Steve and specifically like Banhar Steve. So
Oh
I
yeah,
think
we're
it'll be.
having a It's very fun to talk about the history of all the old ancient card wordings.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in terms of the like rewrites for NSG, I think the worst one by far is Scorpios.
Have you
Yep.
seen our beautiful, beautiful, what's it?
Sundu.
Yeah, Sundu.
Sundu's pretty bad, but I still think that Scorpios is worse.
That is fair. Scorpios is, yeah, yeah. These cards definitely come from a world where they were designing it under the mindset. Come on, you know what we mean. Don't ask tricky questions about this.
Yeah.
And then they kept asking tricky questions.
I do think Sundu is weird that it fundamentally changed. It didn't actually change how the ability works, but it's like pay 2 credits. It's just so funny.
Yeah,
Um, that it's
yeah,
like, yeah,
yeah. But
I do think Sundu and Scorpios are also pretty cursed rewrites. Yeah.
they are, and yeah, Scorpios just way too many restrictions on that. Sundu, of course, consults the future. We can't have
Hmm.
that.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I mean, that is pretty thematic for Jinteki though. Jinteki has all their precogs and such.
I think my favorite. Okay, my favorite of the cursed rules is on Sync BRE because that card was printed and it didn't specify a duration for how long it's you access one less card lasts. So last night, some of us were joking that there's no reason to assume that effect expires when the game is over. It could really hurt your Netrunner
Mm.
career.
Yeah.
And
I guess that's why nobody ever played it.
of course, you need to have increasing amounts of multi-access just to keep up with all the Sync BRE fires, and that's
Hmm.
why counter surveillance was printed. And that's especially why you can use counter surveillance on a remote server.
Yeah. Literally, if you've ever run into let sync BRE fire, you can never access cards again ever. Sorry.
It's rough. Also, one of
But
my
yeah,
favorite
thankfully.
NSG era gaffs is if you if you pre-ordered Midnight Sun, I think it was, where Maskarovka was printed. The
Hmm.
first printing of that came with a single copy of Maskarovka that has under the flavor text an empty subroutine arrow in the italics flavor text. So if right after it says "confound the runner so they cannot see your true intent," there's this empty subroutine arrow, and I love it so much.
That's funny.
All right, looks like we have the round ending in 40 seconds. We can make it.
Yeah. I think Bree is scary. Yeah. It's a good thing it was never very popular, or else we'd have uh, plenty of runners who just never get to access cards ever again. They can't play runner. Effectively, their runner career is over.
We'd have to print all these cards that say add cards to your score area.
Or like, wouldn't it be funny if you like get you can only play like double corp instead of having to bring a runner deck and a corp deck? You have to bring 2 corp decks to every tournament.
Yeah, some people get forced into maining corp in this game.
Yeah,
All right, I
it
believe
would
that
be like you get like a Keyforge esque mark on your runner deck.
Keyforge is fascinating. I especially love the format where you just bring the worst deck you've ever opened and hand it to your opponent. All right,
Mm-hmm.
the round is paired.
All right.
So on Aesops, we have built to last Sable. Is there what's weird here? We do see something
419
on.
actually.
Yeah, we have 419 on table 1. Is that something you want to see?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I really haven't seen 419 in a while. Maybe after that we can check out Steve too, but 419 I think is very, very interesting.
Yeah, it used to be really popular because the game just used to go on longer, and the threat of an Aumakua getting charged up was an existential crisis for the corporation.
Yeah.
So it provided a lot more of a drag on the corp's economy. Oh, we've ended up spectating Porcobolo again.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll make sure we don't keep stalking Porcobolo for future rounds.
Apologies, Porcobolo. I just really wanted to see 419.
We did
I
have
can
to see.
assure you it's not the PD I want to see. No offense.
Hey, we can't ID shame people. We
ID
just
shaming. I'm just, I've seen PD, but I don't know who knows what it could be. It could be anything.
all right. So has anything been printed lately that would go straight into the 419 deck?
Um, hmm.
Yeah, it's
I mean, Fizera. Oh well.
yeah. That's difficult unless you, I don't know. Maybe you really liked Laser Pointer from the first half of the set.
Hmm. Yeah, it's like when I think about the cards that came out that have been sort of really like that people have been playing. There's Alarm Clock. There's Fizerum. Um, and I don't feel like those are necessarily unique to 419.
We did get
Maybe
Window of
there's
Opportunity,
window of opportunity, yeah.
but it also
But again,
doesn't really interact with 419 because you're not installing anything, or at least the corpse not
right.
installing anything.
I mean, because the other thing is you have, well, maybe there's like something with Hermes specifically, I guess, like that you make they try to hide their things by paying for it and then you just bounce it back anyway.
Honestly,
I don't know.
Hermes does make the corp do more installations. It might be
Right.
Hermes.
Um, I mean, Amakua is still pretty good. I think a lot of people have been cutting the virus, so maybe that's it. Um,
Oh, not me. One Mavirus every deck. You will regret it the second you
yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
I think
I mean,
my
Lat's been cutting it, but I don't know. We might see it back again.
well, Lat's a runner.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. That has been cutting the I meant the clots. The
Oh, the
clots.
Clots. Yes. Yeah, Clots. It's just so. No, you have to pay 4 credits to go bring this out sometimes. That's annoying.
Right. It's like they're not like that's mostly what I meant. It's like the runners are cutting the clots, so the corps are like, oh, I don't need this Mavirus. And then Amakua comes back and they're like, oh, I need the Mavirus again. Goes back and
Yeah.
forth like that.
I played a
So
Sable Amakua deck against my roommate, and he was trying to play a deck that, under no circumstances, does it want to ice HQ or R&D. It just doesn't.
mhm.
So then, but of course, Amakua really forces the issue, and then he had to ice HQ and R&D, and now archives. And he said, "This feels like gaming terrorism. I don't want to ice these servers."
I mean, all right. Like if you're playing a deck that doesn't like to ice things, you're just gonna lose to Like I mean, I don't know. I guess you're not gonna lose to Almakua necessarily, but I think you just kind of take that on the chin and do whatever nonsense it is that you're doing.
All right,
But
that is
without knowing what the deck is, that's what I would say.
all right. We do see Precision Design getting into the deck really fast. I think that was that a clickless draw? Oh no, it's not clickless, but draw 2 on the red level clearance, gain 2, and then greasing something into play. So moving the cardboards into the the cards into the discard really quickly and getting set up. No turn one
Hmm.
Rashida though.
Right. I think Porcobello playing conservatively and just, you know, paying one to protect to not have the ice exposed. Um and then installing R&D. I think turn one Rashida versus 419 is a bit of a fool's errand.
Right? But
All right.
there's more than one way to find out what the ice is.
Yep.
And it's not. So there's only one more credit if you let the bravado through, but you don't want to give them a full 4 credits of profit on this.
Mm, yeah, I mean, it's like you get a card from archives, you can install a card from. Oh, but notably, if you do try to install a card, 419's ability does activate, so.
It does. Yeah, and it does. I don't think you want to spend 1 credit right now.
No. I think it's always worth it. Um, not installing anything, I guess. Interesting.
Yeah, I think you just
No.
don't want to get the 419 on both turns.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
next turn you're probably setting up like install Rashida, install ice, install something else. And I think you actually don't want to let
yeah.
them know what the ice is.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah, I guess that does make sense. I feel like without that, like, I think it's always worth it to pay if Almaku is down. Um, but yeah, just um, it's also possible there was no installables in hand because I think
This deck does look like it's full of a lot of air. Might be on Yodel or something.
yeah, this might be the Midnight 3 deck. I mean, the Midnight 3 deck very consistently wins, so it could just be a handful of operations.
And the corpse not very odd. Letting 419 see the skunk works
Mm-hmm.
seems fair. It's just an end the run anyways. If they decide to just run and check.
Yeah. Although I think you do pre-res it maybe, but that's like a muscle that you sort of lose against 419. I know I do whenever I play 419 and I like install a Rashida and they see the Rashida and then I forget to pre-res it and then they just get their little
Falsified credentials.
yeah, falsified. And it makes me feel silly because I could have prevented that.
Yeah.
It is funny though when they try to falsify like an upgrade on HQ or something and it's like you can't do that. There's a
No,
reason you
there's
can't do that.
no, it's deterministic. We can't allow this.
Mm-hmm. Can't just get free money.
All right, now trying to put the pressure on the corpse money because there's still a click left to go force him to res the Manogram Skunkworks after this ice.
Yeah. Hmm. I would suspect it's maybe like a gatekeeper on HQ, um, which is probably why it's a thinking consideration. Because not resing, yeah. I wonder if that's
Yeah.
a gatekeeper because it's like if you res that gatekeeper, you keep them out for one turn, but then it's like they can just keep going after HQ with Almakua,
Yeah.
opting to get a turtle counter.
Yeah, and Gatekeeper quite notably goes down to 0 strength, where Amakua
Right.
can just run right through it no matter
Exactly.
what. So that might be
Yeah.
something that's being saved for a Doof, because Doof
Yeah.
has come back into fashion a little bit.
I mean, that's a reason to play 419 is if you're taxing the corp, it's easier to. Oh, I think I hear Kitty.
Yeah. I don't know, Oliver. I think I also agree the corpse probably should just let the runner see what that card was. But of
Well, you don't
course,
really want to do that because the Almaku is out.
yeah.
Because then it's
I'm
just
just I'm
one
just
away for
humoring
the
him. He
yeah
doesn't understand Netrunner.
the turtle counter, buddy.
Ice protecting archives. We are preparing for the turtle lockout,
Mm-hmm.
and this is some ancient Netrunner play patterns. I don't think we've iced all our servers in years.
Sable exists. I'm pretty sure people do this against Sable. Like, I've played enough Sable to know that people do this against Sable.
All right, Ms. Bones getting a pretty decent budget on taking everything out. And one unseed card going back, so that might be getting an agenda out of the game. We're 15 cards into the deck, no agendas apart from a possible one getting shuffled back. You'd expect the corp to have about 2 by now.
Mm-hmm. Probably waiting for a big deal play.
We're quite a few credits away from big deal.
I mean, if you get YDL.
Yeah, Yodel is pretty busted.
Mm-hmm. I'm still kind of sad about the ban list only having World Tree on it, but
Did you want
that's
YDL
just me.
banned?
I did want YDL banned, so I don't want to have to think about that card. But I guess he can't keep taking things from NBN.
Yeah, it would be a rough time for NBN to also lose that. Inside job on the
Yeah.
remote, classic criminal play. Hey, there's
Yeah.
a
I mean, I
gatekeeper.
was yeah. I was just saying that I think if you made YDL a terminal, it would be a little okay. But all right, so this is very likely an agenda here. Because that double gatekeeper is going to be pretty useless after this turn.
Yeah. Or maybe we're just here to have a digital life.
Um, I mean, I suspect this is a seamless play.
Yeah, as the corp, you're probably hoping that this is a off-world office, so you can bounce back from scoring this.
Right, right. Or, yeah. Thinking here.
Yeah, I mean, we have this. I mean, who could resist playing a Your Digital Life when you're 2 cards over the hand limit?
Hmm.
Okay, gonna take a guess that we click for a credit Yodel next turn.
Yeah, that seems likely.
But in the meantime, HQ is super
Or
open.
edit. Yeah, I mean, but now Amaku is gonna start getting counters. So that quick yodel might not be a great move. There isn't that much you can do.
Yeah, I don't really see an alternative to it. Getting your click back with a red level is pretty cool.
Yeah, drawing 2 cards.
Every card drawn is a credit gained.
And that is a net 10 on YDL.
I bet there's a second
Amazing.
YDL.
Is there?
There's 15 cards left. I hope so.
um, I mean, if this, I think if this list is on, I'm assuming this is like a sudden commandment list, so it might just be like, I doubt that the next agenda is going to get pushed through the double gatekeeper server. And instead, again, prepping for a big deal play.
Yeah, as wealthy as you are, there's a whole lot of cards about to hit the trash, and you still have to purge out that Aumakua before you can
Yeah.
even hope to have something like Bran stop them.
Hmm. No second. Interesting. There's no second YDL. Curious about what's in their hand then.
Yeah, letting that installed ice get exposed, because at this point Amaku is big enough to get through most anything, and you're probably just gonna purge soon anyways.
Yeah. Interesting though, because yeah, I think you kind of have to purge next turn. Um, this is seamless. So, yep. Now the Almaku is pretty locked out, although theoretically you could still get into R&D since that's not an ETR, but then they would probably reinstall the Managarm or something. So,
Yeah, drafter's too dangerous to let fire at this point.
right.
That is a brand. You can click through that bad boy.
Yeah, just opting to click through the install and then letting it end the run. Hmm. Interesting that they did run HQ. Oh, running HQ so then you can run archives.
Oof, you never want to find that second drafter.
No.
That'll let you get 2 cards out of archives if Parker Willow was alright. Makes sense. Install Yodel.
Yeah, get the Yodel back. Install a card from archives in server 2.
And prevent the expose.
Kushida.
Yeah.
Notably, Professor Wacko can now get into server 2 with 1 counter on Almakua. So there
Yes,
is that.
we did see that's a Tattoo Bola up there.
Hmm.
And here we have a slightly smaller digital life, only net 8. And at this point, you probably, with all those air cards that just draw through your deck, you probably are looking to close the game with some kind of. All right, so next
Yep.
activation command. This is a solution
That
to
is a
not
solution, yeah.
Amakua, but it does get everything plus
Well,
2
it is.
strength.
It is a solution for Almakua because Almakua is only at 1 right now.
It is at 1. And this will also stop you from doing anything with Boomerang or other stuff.
Right. So technically, again, R&D is theoretically open, so you could just sort of run R&D, and then run the remote, possibly, or run archives and run the remote. But of course, Drafter is pretty dangerous at this stage of the game. And here is the Kurapira.
Yeah, and in this board state, you kind of just have to let the activation command let the corp get away with it.
Yeah. Because, I mean, you could have tried to, like, go HQ and then go to the remote, but yeah, I think it's too much. So.
And we do see that the corp opted not to seamless this luminal, so now that you can pick up a different card.
Mm-hmm.
And that might just be next activation command, install a Aikawa project, play
Yeah.
next activation command.
Yeah. And it is next activation command.
Little bit extra money. A very tame Yodel, giving you the old government subsidy payout.
Yeah.
I think I'm becoming increasingly on board with Yodel's probably a bit over the top.
A little bit. I mean, it's
But
more money than some of the best standard econ operations that this game has seen.
But it's so fun to play king making and put superconducting hubs into your score area. Do you know what my Yodel high score is?
IPO netted you 5 credits. It was 8 to play, and it was a terminal operation, and that was in almost every deck.
Oh
That
yeah.
is like three. Like Yodel is 3 IPOs stapled together, and it's not terminal.
Yeah, I it's one question that I do like to ask that's a little it's not super relevant in today's world, but you haven't lived until you've trashed an IPO from hand with Kumalo. Now that is truly living life at its fullest.
Yeah, no, that's a whole lot of turtle counters.
Oh, I wasn't a good enough player to be playing Turtle back at that time.
Yeah,
I was using Virus
but
Breeding Grounds.
I mean that also works.
And that was not the worst card I was playing. Alright,
Ooh, here's the doof.
here's the doof. This looks... So, I don't... This doesn't stop you from double seamlessing out a Call project, but that is a very important amount of credits because this does stop you from rezzing all this ice.
Yeah. I think you did they swap out the Tattoo Bola, or is that just like new ice?
I didn't read the chat log. I think that's still the Tattoo Bola.
Okay. Well, because I think in this situation you actually might not want to res the Tattoo Bola, because then you're
Then they bounce and then say, well, 2
well
credits, yeah.
well no, I'm because then you can start farming Kurapira counters. The money might be worth it, but yeah. All right. So we're getting in.
Gonna
Off.
guess, yeah, it's off. We love off.
Ooh.
Ooh. Emergency shutdown.
Shut
Now
down.
that is a really mean play because as soon as you identify where an important piece of ice is, then you can start bullying them with emergency shutdown.
Right. Yeah, I mean, what I was gonna say is like stuff like window of opportunity, like people play it with like shutdown and stuff, but people are usually playing that in Los, like that whole Los sort of
Yeah, because it makes the numbers
deck
go up.
engine. Yeah, exactly. But you can do like a very mean Rubicon Los deck, but it's like again, there's a lot of these criminal strats around. I don't know if any of them are particularly suited to 419, but you know what 419 does have? 419 has a link. And that is very meaningful against punitive decks. So there is that.
True. So another next activation command makes the remote look important. But you know what we know about the current board state? Corp can't res that Bran on HQ. So if there's
That's
another
true.
doof.
Yeah, I think in this situation then you probably do like if that is still the Tattoo Bola somewhere. I think there was a new ice. I don't know. Because if you do res a Tattoo Bola and swap it,
That card was highlighted yellow the other turn, I forgot. So that probably
right.
isn't the Tattoo Bola anymore.
Right. The second ice might be tilted. But yeah, I think you really just have to go for the remote. So
Right,
theoretically,
talking
this
about
could be
possibly being 1 credit off, and this might be because if both those ice get rezzed, but I don't. Is that still the Tattoo or no? Because Tattoo would be at 3 strength right now, and that's why you run HQ twice.
right. It is. If it's Gatekeeper, that's pretty bad. I was gonna say if that is Tattoo Bola, you can swap it and then res the next dice, and you would have enough money. But
But it seems like you're not scared of CAOS. Chaos? Or is that an abbreviation? I don't know. Alright, that's the off.
House. CAOS. Um.
And now the corp, this wasn't a very taxing run to make, but now the corp can't
Right.
just make a attrition agenda because any agenda wins now.
Yeah.
And we're down to 7 cards in R&D. Agendas are everywhere at this point. Well, okay, there's 10 points in score areas, and there's probably 18, so there's probably 8 more points hanging around. Which could be 2 Aikawas and a 1-pointer. And yeah, that is a brand fire. Brand does get to install some ice, but it really sends a message because the corp just clicked up for those 3 credits and spent them all to go down to 1 to keep you out of HQ.
Right. And purge.
Now, I'm betting these decks are on Aikawa, so 6 of
Yeah.
those remaining points are probably difficult to steal, and you can't click through the brand. But I'm betting there's 2 Aikawas in HQ.
And I will say it is sort of annoying to try to get through Drafter now because you want to try to install Carmen, but like all the current servers are iced up pretty hard, so you might have to install Carmen for the full 5 credits.
It's definitely the roughest part of Carmen.
Right.
I know some people think Carmen is the worst thing since unsliced bread, but if you're paying 3 for it, I think it's fine. It's just
Carmen is very good numbers versus a Nazi.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I will say. We haven't seen any influence yet, so we don't know if there's anything else pretty tricky being played here in 419. Could be some nonsense.
Okay, what is the wildest influence spend we could make?
Trick shot.
Trick shot?
Orca. Yeah, you use Orca to charge your
To charge your Kurapira?
Yeah, to charge your Kurapira. You use Orca to charge like Wake.
Yeah, I'm more excited about charging Wake Implant.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's Mamie. That's not too wild of a influence spend, but it is an influence spend.
Only 2 influence. The sky is still the limit here.
Yeah, I mean, Mamie makes me think it's got a bit of a reg influence spend, so maybe like a Mamie.
Yeah, Mamie is just the
something.
Rizeki that the ban list that standard ban list forgot to ban.
I think Mamie's fine. It's still a resource. It still has like it's fine. You know, maybe like a Mamie Paladin. Twinning. I mean, you can do twinning. I would have liked to keep speculating though, but yes, Mamie suggests twinning. Or you know what? Could be deep dive. Who knows? Yeah, because we haven't seen a console, just the Mamie.
Yeah, we haven't gotten. We're not very far into the runner deck at all. Only
Right.
20 cards drawn.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of how you have to play against PD a lot of the time. Especially if you get Turtle down, you're very much inclined to run when you can. Especially if it's cheap.
Yeah, so
Like obviously you don't want to go too aggressive, but yeah.
All right, I think I know what we're up to. I think it's Joyride.
Again, the Sezva also suggests a twinning, so probably twinning 419. I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of people who just like 419. And again, the link is reasonable, the tax is reasonable, especially since doofs are a little harder to land. Um,
Yeah. Drawer is pointing out that Montreal NANPC was won by a mining accident 419. Now
oh
there is a
yeah,
now there is a card that
that's
I
the
haven't
one.
thought about in a long time.
No, you know what? Maybe it might be mining accident actually. That is typically the influence spend in 419. Um,
It's very good against
but
asset spam. One bad publicity is
right.
basically game ending.
Right. I don't know if you're going to be able to land one at this point. Again, unless you get your Carmen out. Uh and it's also sort of a non-bow with twinning, but it's like, your breakers are expensive anyway. You might as well have it. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people who just prefer playing 419. Like older players, I know this they just like 419. They stay attached to 419. There's a reason to play
Yeah.
419. You can play Almakua. If you can play Almakua, people will play.
Yeah, it's a very classic play style where you just sit
Right.
and slowly drag their economy into the ditch because you just have
Right.
this ability firing all game.
I mean, it's like I think 419 is just one of those IDs where you make your opponent do more work.
Oh yeah.
And that is sometimes a good enough reason to play it.
Do you remember the wonderful times of corporate grant where you'd end up just losing 2 credits per turn cycle?
Herkobo is saying not used to click for credits, PD. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like you're making your opponent work harder.
Forged
Um,
activation orders. Nasty. Because now this.
ooh,
I don't know if you were planning to res this or if you were just taking the free brand install. I guess we don't know what it's targeting yet.
right.
Looking forward to seeing that because you're on a time limit. You're here clicking for credits while you have 4 cards left in R&D.
You know what? I wonder if this deck is on Cat's Cradle too. Um, I wouldn't be surprised. I genuinely hate playing Shibboleth. If I have to play Shibboleth in a deck, I never want to play Shibboleth. And then I see Cat's Cradle, I'm like, yes, let me play that. And then it costs a bajillion credits every time. But I can make them pay more to res their freaking gatekeepers and their enigmas and their what have you. Vampire Nasa.
Yeah,
Um,
so we do see the forged activation order taking out the second ice that was on the remote. Did we know what that was? Because at one point it was
I
2
don't think
gatekeepers,
so.
but I think
I
that
don't
gatekeeper
think
got
so.
overwritten.
I think it might have been the Tatubola that never got resed yet, waiting to be swapped or something. All right, so Dirty Laundry on HQ. Oops,
Okay.
misclick.
Yeah, that seems like a rough dirty laundry.
Right. So I assume if it's Dirty Laundry on server 2, because I think they do know that that's Tatubola. Because this one, Percobolo's been reluctant to res. Um, so if it is Tatubola, that's pretty easy to get through.
Oh yeah, and we have
Um,
this new card, and you know your win condition is looking like they never let them put anything in the remote.
I mean, there's 3 cards left in R&D.
And
So,
this might speak to why the FAO was used on the remote, just because honestly that
right.
brand, even if there's no backup dancers for that brand is doing work to keep you out of HQ.
Yeah. Swapping the Tatubola. Getting some money. But yeah, that Gatekeeper's not looking great. Um, it may very well be an agenda push.
Ooh, and we expose an ablative barrier. Yet another thing
Oh,
to.
right, because Tatubola is an install. Uh-oh.
Okay, so pretty sure we're gonna stay neutral on the number of cards in R&D.
Yeah. Um, yeah, this is. I mean, I
Uh,
think Procobolo could still theoretically pull out a big deal play. I
and
don't
did
know
in
if you haven't.
fact just shuffle Big Deal back into R&D with that Spin Doctor.
Yeah, yeah. I think YDL big deal, like sudden commandment, big deal. YDL big deal, or
That all costs
install big
money
deal.
though.
Well,
There's
Procobolo's on 10. So the problem I think with sudden commandment, I don't remember how many you have to draw, but if you draw too many, you just lose. So,
yeah, Sun Commandment might be out.
um I do think I mean it's a tough situation here. I think if I'm Professor Wacko, I go HQ and then I go archives actually.
All right. Well, that's on
Boomerang.
the well. Okay, Ablative is an important card because
Hmm.
you do if you want to go interact with that archives, you got to let him install something.
Right. I feel like you really had to go HQ archives. Oh, Procobolo is in a precarious situation here. I mean, I don't think trying to push a remote is a good idea. Depending on what's in R&D, I mean, it's like, yeah, no. In this case,
So
I
it could be the
think.
last Spin Doctor.
Well, if it's a spin doctor, you're in a very, very precarious situation. Because again, if you the lose condition on milling is if you as the corporation have to draw and you can't, then you just lose.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
So
You res the Spin Doctor, you draw the last two cards, play your Yodel, and then spin two cards back in. It's just Doomsday.
yeah, well, I think hmm. So it was YDL and Big Deal going back in. Um, only one of those got drawn. So if Professor Wacko goes after R&D, could theoretically trash Big Deal, see what else is in there. I think if I was Professor Wacko again, I think HQ then R&D. Ooh, twinning. There we go.
All right.
All right, falsified to guess agenda. It
And
is an Ikawa.
it is an Ikwa. You really like those credits. And this is probably really hoping that one piece of ice will hold the Amakua at bay. But this gets you into drafter range. So now you can go
Right.
check archives if you need to.
Mm-hmm. Would be a real big funny bluff if this is just a virus.
It's not. We falsified credentials it.
Oh right, no, you're right. No, we just saw what it was. Of course, it's an Ikawa. Um, so that gatekeeper's gonna fire, but you can't do the second subroutine to draw
Okay.
0 cards.
Yep. Yep. I bet.
That would lose again. If the corporation had fired that subroutine, they just lose. Um, I think you go HQ. That seems like the most reasonable. I mean, you could just go archives. Because you know that's not a spin doctor in server 2. There's what?
Yeah.
One Ikawa and one Ikawa, one off. There's like 3 agendas left,
There.
including the
There's
other
no
than the Ikawa
seamlesses
in
in the
server
bin.
2. Right.
Yeah. So it's
Um.
awkward now because you're on your last click, so you have to find that lone non-Ikawa agenda somewhere.
Right.
And hey, there's the
Oof.
seamlesses you need to win the game.
Oh. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I mean that could have gone either way.
Ikawa, good card.
Yeah, one in R&D. Yeah. Uh,
So HQ was
but still
another
two.
Ikawa that you can't get on your last click, and
Right.
then something else, like another off or something.
Yeah. Oh, I guess the last Ikawa was on R&D, so you wouldn't have been able. Well, I don't know. It could have gone either way. I really feel like that was a very close game.
All right.
Um.
Well, let's see. We have 3 minutes left in the round. And that looks like that's the last game. It's just us now.
Oh. Okay.
All right. And taking a look over at the results on ASOPs, and we can see that Atea took a game off of Steve, so I'm interested to see that Atea eventually.
Yeah. Not again on Asmari, but also losing
Yeah.
against Arisana.
Droid
World
could
Tree
be.
Arisana's last
Yeah, one
last
last
hurrah.
hurrah. And that is round 2 of this tournament. We're going to have 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by, I think it was a cut to top 4. And there will be a break after round 3. So you can take that moment to get some food, stretch your legs. And I think we are going to, yeah, we are just starting round 3 right now. So in round 3, we see Restoring Humanity at work. So we shouldn't watch Porcobolo 3 games in a row. We got to let someone else have a chance.
I'd still like to see Steve, honestly.
All right, you
Um,
want you want to see table 6?
yeah. Um, yeah, table 6. Yeah, no, I'm interested in Steve.
Yeah. All right, let's wait for these tournament tables to fill up.
I mean, again, that is, I would assume it's Banhar Steve. Not World Tree though. Give my boy Not Against some love.
On Ismari,
All right,
I don't know if we can endorse that.
now, sorry. I want to see Steve. I'd like to see Steve.
All right, we
Bro
we
spent
will
2 hours,
we will make sure to watch Not Again at some point in this tournament. But
maybe.
maybe.
No,
All right,
just
but
kidding. No, I'm kidding. But I would like to see Steve. Honestly, I actually am genuinely interested in Banhar Steve or whatever Steve. It's an honest as Mari deck. It's probably freaking what's it
re-education.
called? No, not even re-education. What did he had that Mwanza R plus a while back.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Very silly. When Not Again plays NBN, it's something. It's honestly very much uh something silly. Yeah, it's not re-education. Who would have guessed?
This is a reminder.
You hear that, watchers? This is a reminder. All right, we are good.
Apologies.
It's
Um,
okay. I was just sharing the reminder with everyone.
drink some water. Don't stay up too late. Um, I don't know. Eat food.
It's too late. I've already decided to stay up late. No one can
Yeah.
stop me.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing like the morning sunrise after a long night of gaming.
Yeah. I'm planning to die to Saisenton on turn 3, though. Come on! I want to support Steve! Just install your Sentry Breaker. Look, I've died to Saisenton on turn 3 many times, but I believe in you.
Yeah. Now the Ismari match also a very quick match, so it's gonna have to be a bit of a race to see if you can finish before the Ismari match does.
Anyway. Now the reason that you die to Saisenton on criminals because they just say event and then you're like, oh. Alright, I guess I'm dead.
I mean, any
But,
runner, they're like half events.
well,
Gone are the
criminal in
day.
particular.
Criminal in
Although,
particular.
yeah.
And Meat here asking the very good question, how do you die as criminal? You have 3 guns. But it's
Again,
it's
very easy to face check.
it's
Especially if you're
so
playing.
miserable, the fact that that 1 strength means you have to end up spending 2 credits just to meet strength on Saisenton.
Yeah. I mean, Carbon starts at 2, right?
Carmen starts at 2, yeah. Carmen just gets to pay 1 credit per sub.
Right. But the gun is not. I assume Banhart Steve is shooting guns. I mean, I don't even know if this is Banhart Steve. That's just my assumption of why you would play Steve.
All right, and apparently this is why
Adrian interactions. Oh yeah. I don't know how that card works.
it's okay. You just roll a dice, you read that section of the card, so you like divide the card into 6 sections, and you just pick 1 section to read. That's what it does. I really liked Andre's preview discussion of the card where he says, at any point they could have stopped writing on this card.
I'll just say that the only Game card other than Caprice I ever really played was Batty. Otherwise, I just look at Game cards and I'm like, I don't know what this does.
I tried to make a, what was it, Nisei division deck, the one where you get a credit after every game. Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, that is not a deck.
There was actually an infinite combo. There was like an infinite money combo you could do if you had like RSVP, Batty, and Architect. I think that's what it was. And you're playing Nisei Division, so you just keep making them run into Architect, and you keep reinstalling the Batty. It was very silly.
So that sounds like something that's healthy for the game.
Yeah, but like, yeah, so you have it's with like RSVP, because then you can't pay money. But anyway.
All right, we do see Atea. We haven't I don't know if we've really found a consistent home for what this deck does. Like, so some people are using timely public release to install something on the runner's turn, and then you seamless it out the following turn.
I think Banhar is or what was I gonna say? I think TPR is actually really good with the Tia, and then like playing all the flower sermons or whatever makes sense. But yeah, border control pretty typical.
Yeah, and that's just making the corp spend all the money. I'm betting on Charlotte right here.
Resolve. Fire Zunbergs. Okay. And there's the Banhar.
And there's the Charlotte. Not too bad on the economic devastation. But Banhar is why y'all gotta play under the bus, everyone. Doesn't matter what ID it's in, just play under the bus.
Yeah, they Banhar, they can't keep getting away with this. I mean,
all right, we do have the hot take incoming. TPR Atea doesn't beat scoring an off. I
don't know what that means. We're
I think it
talking
just means
about.
it's not as good
I
as
don't need to change your mind because I don't understand what you're comparing. I'm talking about TPR in Atia. What are you trying to compare here? Like, these are two completely different functionalities. I'm sorry, but like, if you're gonna make a comparison, explain. Like, I can't change your mind if I don't know what I'm trying to argue.
That's how you win at this game. If your mind is inscrutable, what are they going to do to you?
Anyway, um, but yeah, I think. Ooh, and
Ooh,
here comes the doof.
well, it's a good day to have all your ice resed already, but that is cleanly taking all of your credits. That's an emergency
Okay,
shutdown.
but flip cards. What do you think the tattoo bola is there for? That's literally whatever. You can. Here's a thought. You can also play off-world in this deck. The TPR has a different function than the off-off.
Mmm,
Anyway,
that's pretty out there.
that's what the tattoo bola does. Anyway.
All right, so Steve, you can't give Steve an emergency shutdown, so obviously you
Mm-hmm.
get whatever the other card is. Back goes the Steelskin Scarring.
Yep. Dealskin. Yeah, because I think emergency shutdown, especially if you're playing, if you're doofing all over the place, you'd rather have the steel skin. Or I don't know.
And I'm gonna guess that they were. I'm gonna guess that Villagums was hoping not to lose that emergency shutdown, because that'd be a
Right.
pretty clean way in past that border control.
Right. So it does make sense, but I do think giving them the steel skin is kind of annoying, though. But I agree that the Suidi wants to keep that Charlotte online for as long as possible.
Yep. An important little
I'm
note:
going to
Docklands
upgrade.
Pass. Docklands Pass does say the first time you breach HQ on that doof run, you don't breach, so you can
Mm-hmm.
make a second run in HQ and get that extra card from Docklands.
Nice. Installing the upgrade on the spin doctor so you can make the install on server 2. Do you have to pay for that install?
No, the install is free, so this is why you're usually using Adrian, and you're just the second remote is whatever. Using Adrian to stack up one remote.
Install card in the root of. You may install one card from HQ in the root of protecting another server. Ignoring all costs. Oh, that is pretty nice that you can install the Adrian on the spin doctor so you don't have to pay the one to install the ice in front of the border control. That is pretty neat.
And this is why we need all that Adrian text. Adrian just gets to choose where he is. That that
So,
is that is kind of a Yu-Gi-Oh block of text. I cannot lie.
right. Well, it's like it would be funny though if moving was an install. It would make things very complicated. But I think it
Oh,
would be
that would
funny.
be awful.
Yeah. I know.
We talked a lot about specifically what kind of card movements are installs because that was a little ambiguous in the comprehensive rules.
Hmm.
Of course,
Yeah,
Tattoo
like
Bola, the great enemy of credit denial, because if you keep running through Tattoo Bola, you keep giving the corp credits.
right. Unfortunately.
And swapping a card from hand is an install,
Right.
so Stweed got to install something on that Spin Doctor.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to be particularly valuable, if that's, say, what kind of upgrade are we happy to put in? Because usually you want
Hollow
to spend the
Man.
Adrians. Could be the Hollow Man. Usually you want to spend the Adrians stacking up the remote. You don't want to stack up the remote to install Adrians.
Hmm. Because Adrian's unique, I assume.
Adrian is unique. Oh, that's La Costa. That makes sense. But now we got to pivot and get Charlotte over in that server.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, you can't move the Lacosta.
I love this card. We finally get one more squid in Netrunner. And this lines up nicely against Banhar if they want to just Banhar through the squid.
Yeah, because they got their steel skin and their strike fund hit, so pretty nice.
Yeah, but at least this has a nice volume of subroutines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's like, I think Vampire Analysis is very good.
I like it. It's going to make charging up that wake implant and getting that Steve. You might still do it sometimes, but you can't keep doing that. It's going to make you just draw so many cards trying to replace all the stuff you lose to Banhar.
Yeah. But in terms of movements being installed, I was thinking you could do something silly in Eternal with a builder. Because you can click builder to move it.
Well, it's only if the card was in your hand, so you have to swap it from HQ onto the table.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. Oh, if it wasn't that way.
Yeah, if it was just moving ice instead of swapping, if moving ice was an install instead of just swapping, which again that would be very silly, but I just keep thinking about that, and why it would be silly.
All right, and we do see throwing out the Charlotte, putting new cards in both remotes, which are not Charlotte. Well, okay, could be putting Charlotte on the Lacosta over in server 1.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, you know what we can always do? We can just doof you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the doof's not enough to prevent the Tattoo Bola. However, I think after you doof, you probably go for server 1. Maybe that is also a Tattoo Bola, but you could like go to server 1 and then go to server 2. I don't know.
Yeah, it's taken a while.
Steel skin again.
Yeah, it's just the Steve experience. You play 5 copies of everything.
Yeah. You won't be able to do that again, though. I think the next one's probably Strike Fund, but we'll see. I mean, I assume Banhar Steve doesn't have enough influence for Ashen. It's just Steelskins, Strike Funds, and 2 Banhars.
So that's 9. Yeah, I don't think you have enough influence. It's 9 for a playset of Banhars. It's
right. I was just gonna say because it doesn't really make sense because you have to remove so many cards anyway.
Yeah, and then the Steelskins are 2 influence themselves, so you're cutting a playset of something.
Push. No accesses. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, because the Studious hasn't iced R&D at all, despite the wake. I wonder if ice is running pretty low, considering they keep swapping with Tattoo Bola.
But Cohort's a really strong card, and it looks like we're getting a scorer out here.
Oop. Yep. And there's a TPR.
We love TPR. No
but if it was an off, they would have 7 credits.
All right, we gotta.
But
we gotta let the chat have that one at some point because I'd like 7 credits right now.
Yeah, I mean it's like you have the Vampire Nasa. There's probably no. I mean, I don't know. The fact there wasn't any accesses off that wake. R&D still got like 30 cards in it. Who knows? I mean, you play both of them. Again, you can play 3 TPRs, Longevity Serum, and 3 off. TPR can get Charlotte in a server randomly.
Now, that is a cohort. That's something that I think you have to at least challenge, especially when the corp can't raise the ice. Because this
Well,
card is so good if it's left unattended.
yeah, especially with the Lacosta. I mean, you're probably not getting the money getting the Lacosta res anytime soon, but I don't know. I think Steve wants to get a bones down and then hit that um cohort.
Yeah, because cohort it's a seamless on the table. It's a campaign over time. It is just does everything.
Right. Hmm. Yeah, I do think you want to go for the. I think maybe Steve digging for. And there's the tremolo.
Ooh.
Yeah, you probably should have gone for server 2, I think. I doubt Stewie D would have used. I mean, maybe. Maybe you would have used. Like, even just making him pop the border control there, I think would have been pretty good.
All right, that is a Rashida. That is a cohort. So we bounce straight from 0 credits to 5 credits. Then we get that second ice up here. And now that's a lot of cards in hand. What are we doing with that? But cohort now is looking like it's reasonably defended.
Oh, cohort's
And
going away.
never mind. We got something else to do in server 1. Maybe it's finally something to combo with the Lacosta grid.
I mean, you could have comboed the Lacosta with cohort if you had enough money, but I suspect this might be a
Well,
off
Lacosta
for
doesn't
another
combine with
PR.
cohort, though. Like, cohort doesn't use advancement counters on itself.
Oh, right. I keep getting cohort and Charlotte mixed up. Cohort just does a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I suspect this is an agenda. I mean, you have to go after it now. It might just be a Tatu Bola.
Banhart targeting server 2, though. That's the spin doctor.
Yeah, but it might be. It might be.
All right, sneak door. We talked about the sneak door. It's very good. We don't have to deal with this Vampire Nasa for a moment. And this game isn't getting a lot of agendas out, so the agendas are going somewhere. Now with the
Yeah,
spin doctor, they're probably in archives, but
I think it's a reasonable guess to think that it is in. I mean, I think it was on server 2 just because I feel like. Oh, you know what? Villagums is probably gonna do is like go after the spin doctor. Well, not this. Well, okay. Oh, there's another
I
TPR. Yep.
yeah, HQ's loaded,
Yep.
and
Now
that's
time
also
for R&D
charging up.
again.
It's also charging up the wake implant.
Right. I was gonna say if they hadn't seen. Ah, and that's the last one. There you go. Because just looking at that, I think what it was that for server 2, if they hadn't seen anything in HQ, it might have been go after R&D, C2 cards, then run the spin doctor to like try to make it shuffle. But yeah, I suspected there were agendas in HQ at that point, just because I think there was one point where he'd seen like 4 cards off R&D and nothing. So
Yeah, and Steed sharing that he had 11 points in hand after that turn 1 spin doctor. And I don't know how this keeps happening, but I swear the shuffler is rigged against Jinteki decks, especially the Atea ones.
I mean,
Now, we might speculate that it's because you just draw a bunch of cards and don't really get agendas scored, but I prefer the conspiracy angle.
yeah, yeah. He was saying because I think at that point, if I think Suidi could have used the TPR if there were any ice in HQ, but it looked like there weren't. It was just agendas. Very unfortunate, but
All right, looks like there might be one game still live. We have Table 3, Sports Medal versus 419. Do you want to see if that's still going on?
Yeah.
Alright, quick check with the players. They're in the middle of a run, might be a little distracted. Alright, we are good to stream. So we see here, Sports Medal, seemingly on core damage. Because that is a Nightmare Archives in the runner score area, and that's 2 Megapres.
Yeah, I mean this is Mooncore.
That's
I think
another
this might.
Nightmare Archive in server 2. Going through a Hagen to see that.
Yeah. This might be a win on time. Or I don't know how long this game's been. Or this has only been 20 minutes, but all the other games finished really quickly, I guess. Wow, okay.
Yeah. We got to play fast for all the players playing the APAC tournament because they're probably staying awake from Europe and the US.
Yeah, this does look like quite a few non-APAC players tonight. Wow, yeah, these games are going pretty fast.
All right. This is it's not the worst case scenario, but it can be demotivating to have these 4 cards in your square area. You have 0 agenda points.
Yeah. I
But
mean, that's sort of what especially since those are mega pre's too.
well, at least the corp doesn't get mega pre's. However, Professor does have a Hermes down, and that sure does slow Sports Metal down by a bit.
A little bit. But I think at this point, when you're at 4 points, you're like 1 moon pool away from basically winning, I think.
Yeah. Also, there's a mining accident that's removed from the game, and 1 bad publicity
It is
on the
mining.
corp.
Yep, that is mining accident then. So yeah, that is I forgot that is what 419 does, is mining accident, and I guess twinning too. Although bad publicity doesn't activate twinning. It's only the Sesva and the bones and the whatever.
Bones.
Is there bones? Yeah. It's bones, Sesva, Mamie, and probably Paladin. If I had to
I
guess.
think the Crims usually pick one or the other.
I mean, Reg Sable usually does both. I don't know about 419, but I know Reg. There's like the twinning Sable usually does like 1 Mamie, 1 Paladin, and some number of twinnings. And then of course Deep Dive Sable just does 3 deep dives, but like Reg Sable typically does at least both. It's just a matter of whether you're playing 2 of one of them or 2 twinnings. Some number of Nukas, typically.
And we do see a very strong setup on the corporation here. This Hagen costs a lot of money to go through. Though we do have the Kurapira on that blade of can bypass it for just get through this server for 1 credit. All right. That's the last of the unbanned Sports Metal support. Fast break comes up even on the credits, and we just draw 4, install something.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if we've seen what's in servers 3 and 4, but this is probably enough cards to be able to use as many moon pools as you want.
Yeah. Like I said, like 1 or 2 moon pools away from a win.
Paying for the expose prevent, though.
Yeah, I don't know if, well...
I don't think you needed to pay to prevent the expose if you're going to just score this.
Yeah.
Now Hermes bouncing R&D ice, so R&D is open for business now. Ah, no, there's 1 click left.
Right.
That's the way you classically dealt with Leela back in the day. You just
Maybe just
every agenda score costs 1 more click to replace the ice.
Maybe just paying as a flex on the runner. You're gonna see this in a moment, but I'm not gonna let you see it now.
And 419 has gotten a lot further into the deck now. There's a turtle in archives. No other breakers. I guess turtle might have gotten trashed by the Hagen.
Yeah, I would suspect that. I think the Hagen is a different include than the
On
published list.
So server
There
3
you
looks
go.
like it was just cooked for a very long time and was never checked, but then there's the 1 point remaining.
It happens. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like the turtle got killed by the Hagen, which is ugh, again different include than the deck of the week um build from last deck of the week. But
Yep. Hagen, quite strong. Every so
yeah,
often, if you remember, hey, this just dunks on things.
yeah, I think I remember Asphyxia saying the Hagen was meant to be World Tree tech, but I think it also is just, you know, uh, it's pretty good against certain matchups. I mean, it's like I don't know. It depends. I mean, it can be pretty good against some stuff. Like it is a good surprise res.
All right. Looks like we're going to go to break. Yep. All right. So we've got 45 minutes on the timer for break. If we have a quick look at the standings for Aesop's tables, you can see that Parker Bello is undefeated so far on PD and Kit. Knack also coming in. It looks like 2-1 on the Restoring Humanity and Lat. Then the Source also 2-1 at this point. So many players at 6, only one player undefeated so far. Then after we
Yeah.
come back from the break, I'd like to see one of the Source's decks.
Yeah, me too.
Also, I always got to
Looks
check out
like
what Super Heavy Logistics is up to. Though we did just
looks
watch him
like
go. Go
looks
ahead.
like Not Again has lost twice with Ismari, so not really making the argument about NBN still being alive, but you know.
Maybe it is Honest as Mari. Getting punished for
Um
our honesty.
yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I remember that Epiphany deck from last AMT was actually pretty wild. Um that like I think was valid and it does some things that other IDs can't.
All right. Ready to send it to break?
Yeah.
All right. Everyone, thank you for watching. We're in round 3 of the accelerated meta test. We will return after the lunch break, which is in 45 minutes. Have a good evening or day. See you soon. Hello and welcome back, stream. Oh, wait. Hello and welcome back, stream. Mike was muted to Droid there. We are we have just come back from the lunch break. We're going to start round 4 of the September Accelerated Meta Test, and we've had some mid-seasons replacements. Droid, would you like to introduce yourself?
Howdy, cyber people. How's everybody doing out there in NetSpace today? I am Droid, part of the NSG OP team. I was playing for a bit, but decided my talents were better used over here.
That's right. We all end up here in the commentary booth after we wash out.
Yeah. Those that can't do organize and commentate.
All right, so let's see. I didn't actually check to see if we've got new round pairings yet. We do.
Ooh, all right.
So if we take a look over at Aesops, I can see that we have Scarius versus Porcobolo on table 1. We have watched Porcobolo a lot, and we should avoid being a stalker. But on table 2, we have The Source on Atea versus Ilaria. We have seen neither of these players. You want to take a look at table 2?
Let's do it. I actually did play against Laria's Hoshiko in one of my rounds and got thoroughly trounced with my Asa deck.
Hoshiko, do
Yeah.
be ready to walk over the competition.
Putting on a lot of pressure. There was an Ice Carver in the deck, which basically made my drafters melt to Carmen.
Yeah, it's a tough install. Who wants to pay 3 these days? But that is just a really notable breakpoint.
Yeah, saved him a bunch of credits on the Brawn, on the Carmen. It was good.
Yeah. We just need a 1 credit cheaper Ice Carver. All right, players are getting to their tables. And real chocolate daddy, do we have a truffle? It is the best kind of chocolate.
Oh, I should pull up the chat. I'm assuming that's what that was from.
Yep, that is from the chat. You should pay attention to chat. That is, how else are they to yell at you?
Right, of course.
All right, still waiting. No. Looks like Larry not at the table yet. So do we want to maybe look at... Do we want to think about another match to watch? We haven't looked at the super heavy logistics matchup yet on table 3.
What kind of OB is popular these?
All right.
I haven't played OB in a minute, but I was on a Cali testing version when I was playing it.
Yeah, I think table 2 is the only players that we have not seen at all yet. So what were you playing to start this tournament with?
I was on Jai's Fibonacci Asa with Holoman, and then a Reg Ari, kind of Yasengrin's build from months ago before Tree got popular.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the Urban Art Vernissage.
Yeah, it's got the Vernissage Lily-pad engine, Gachapons. I was able to make space for 2 Fazarum Entanglers, and yeah, it's a great card. Just kind of play control and then close out with a cataloger was my game plan there.
All right, going into table 2. Quick check. All right, we are good to stream.
All right.
So we have seen one Atea that Stweed was playing that was on timely public release and trying to pseudo fast advance that out by using Atea to get an install on the runner's turn. Then you follow up with Seamless or something on the corpse turn, and that's how you get a cheat out 4-2s. Don't know what the source is up to here.
What a fun
yes.
archetype that TPR is. I hope that what we're seeing here. Choosing not to get a Tea value, just making a really stacked server 1.
It is a pretty
Hoshiko's
stacked.
gonna.
Ooh. So you'll
We
get a
are
rebate on this.
6 cards in hand, so we're not dying to the Saisentan, even in our unluckiest.
I'm gonna need a second on getting a Hoshiko JPEG. So lost a Carmen. There's probably a backup, but you never want to lose a breaker, especially right when that's the right ice for it.
Right, that is a bit rough, but taking down the Rashida and an Adrian, getting paid back from the raindrops, keeping that tempo up. Checking HQ, sees a Lacosta grid, and has Paladin down as well. Ending 5 cards in hand, that's some good runner play. Just good, solid tempo.
Yeah, Paladin Primo going to set you up for much of the game.
And the source says, well, I hit your Carmen. Bet you won't check this card behind this Saisentan.
I am just getting a Hoshiko JPEG
And
really quickly.
The source was correct about this. No check on the server 1. They get to fire Rashida. Hoshiko just taking an off turn to set up daily casts and twinning. So now the source has plenty of cards in hand. Let's see what they do with them. Haven't seen an Atea fire yet. So, maybe.
Alright, I am not going to be flipping this... Not going to be flipping this Hoshiko over here. So we're just going to pay attention to if the side is digital or not. We'll try to keep you informed on that.
If you have Cyber Feeder, I'm pretty sure it will display subtypes as they change. So that's how I've been able to keep track of it.
I do have Cyber Feeder installed, and that should be visible.
Okay.
Yeah, and the source having to think, and Hoshiko did just take a Saisentan to the face and has kept going, and now there's twinning and Paladin online. So you gotta try to get your plan advancing in a way that actually can keep going despite Hoshiko ready to go just run through anything.
So the source getting an Atea trigger, an icing HQ, clicking for a credit. 6 credits to Hoshiko's currently 0. Though we do have daily casts over there. Gonna give Hosh some money. Now, if you're Hosh here, what are you thinking about? Are you worried about these cards? Or are you just gonna go set up?
I think you can set up. The Corp hasn't even put an end the run on the remote. Just installing a cleaver to make sure you don't lose that to some unexpected net damage. But I think what I'm thinking about is make your one Hoshiko run to flip the ID and just start flip-flopping in order to keep getting the credits and the card draw.
And that's what we see. Just a quick check on R&D with the twinning to see 3 off the top. No agendas, though. Looks like
All right.
they're all in hand.
Yeah, attitude
Attitude adjustment.
adjustments. That suggests that we're on mostly 3-pointers to try to just try to keep them out of the hands of the runner, and we're just gonna play keep away. R&D pretty safe, but it is totally open right now, and we saw that we can make 3 access runs on R&D.
And jumping up in credits with a Hansei. Throwing out the worst card in hand. Which apparently you want to do with Cohort anyways, so...
Yeah, and notably, there's a cohort guidance on the table, so if you don't go trash that cohort, this could be some fast advance play, or rather, this could be a never advance play.
Yeah, keeping those face downs in archives is critical to using that second version, or second ability on the cohort. Looks like Hoshiko's going to go take that down.
And that is a
Also
Hollow
seeing a
Man.
Hollow Man.
That
is a good trash.
If I could pick 2 cards in the deck to trash, those would be them.
Yeah, those are the win cons, probably. Maybe a Lacosta as well, but there's a second Hollow Man on the table. Ooh. Sisyphus Protocol scored. That is a scary one.
Yeah, that is terrifying. It lets the corp force the runner to install or to encounter a code gate or sentry again. So that suggests that you might only be on really difficult to deal with sentries. Now, Saisenton, while it has a scary as hell face check, it's not the worst thing I could imagine getting Sisyphus protocoled into.
Once you have your Sentry Breaker.
Yes.
You can't do that without a Sentry Breaker. You will die.
Yeah, and we do not currently have a Sentry Breaker.
Yeah, Carmen, we've seen one hit the bin.
Yeah. Oh, but that's a good way to not have to play the corpse game. There's a send a message right there. And trashing the Cloud Eater, you're really glad to never get Sisyphus into a Cloud Eater a second time. And that's a pretty low value send a message, only getting a free Tattoo Bola.
Hate to see it. But, as a consolation prize, we get another Rashida Fire. Every Rashida that fires for the Corp just increases their win rate. Gets you money, gets you cards. It's everything a good Corp needs.
Yeah, interesting to see that we're on both Twinning and Stargate.
Yeah, we haven't seen Stargate in the meta too much recently, but it seems like it's making a resurgence.
And that is ice on R&D. I'm willing to bet that's something that can be Sisyphist.
Yeah, I'd imagine, except for the Tattoo Bola, every other ice in this deck is probably some sort of horrifically taxing or scary Sentry or Code Gate.
And that is a trashing a strike fund. That's a 5 credit swing in 3 new cards. And now suddenly, Steve hits the table. So that's a huge value add over time against an HQ that doesn't have a very good piece of ice protecting it. And the Corp is probably hoping to swap Tattoo, but if we just saw 2 ice installs, that might be the only ice.
We do get a swap. Corp gains some money. Gonna make it a little more difficult for Hoshiko to run back on subsequent turns until she can find her breakers. Installing Earthrise, that's a good way to go find some breakers.
Mm-hmm. And now, if
Now
you have
back-
money, which it turns out the corp does have money, then you can just start scoring out very quickly. All right,
Oh
now
no.
you do
Every
not want to see
ice.
two of those.
Every ice is now tripled. That's a rough
Yeah.
state to try and be running through.
And that is that's the cohort down. You got to get rid of that because Hollow Man at least costs money instead of creating money. And now we have some value hitting the table with that patchwork. But the thing about Hollow Man is you can just never advance 5/3s. So this could be a game-threatening agenda here, and now Hoshio has to get in or go win.
See a Unity hit the table. But not that critical Century Breaker.
I think you just die if you hit... Yeah, that.
Yeah, this might just be game right here.
And Anansi has the very nuanced wording when an encounter ends with Anansi, and it doesn't really matter for anything going on here, but if you say inside job in Anansi, it still fires, and we're going to create 2 additional encounters, and the runner can't break this Anansi, so we're just going to get hit for 3 net damage for each of these 3 encounters.
Oh, we've got some steel skins, though. Is it possible for Hoshiko to survive this?
It's gonna be close. You might have to... Because you get to draw 1 card off the Anansi net and draw subroutine, but you only have enough credits to do that once.
Yeah.
How many steel skins do we have in the bin? That is 1 steel skin in the bin, so there could be another steel skin or maybe 2 in hand.
Okay. It is possible to survive at least. We'll see. Ooh. Wonder if it's only 1 steel skin in hand, you got a 50-50 shot on the net damage subroutine.
And of course, with Anansi rearranging the cards like this, and you do have to, play as if there's a steel skin in hand. You can't just say, they probably die. But you do get to just pick what are you going to Stargate. So I'm going to guess there's no agendas going to show up in these top 3 cards.
Oh, lost the 50-50. And that is a flat line.
Yeah. That's probably
almost
the quickest Sisyphus game I've ever seen.
Well, these are 2 strong players who know their decks, so they were playing pretty good clip there.
Okay. We have not looked at Gloompunk, I believe. So table 4, do we want to go have a look there?
Let's do it.
All right, we are good to stream. So here we have Lat seeing some pretty good Shaper cards, 2 Fisarm Entanglers in the bin, facing off against Sports Metal, and we see a lot of good Sports Metal cards in everyone's score areas. 4 1-point agendas so far.
4 agendas in score areas, and yet we're still only on threat 2.
But we're in for a Tranquility home grid. Let's see. So a drafter just resolved there. There's a Skunkworks now thinking about how you want to deal with this, because we know there's not an agenda in here, but Tranquility and Skunkworks are such good cards. And really roughly, they're upgrades, so you can't spend the Peritia credits.
Yeah. But paying through the nose to trash all the things.
I mean, those are such good cards. If you don't trash the Tranquility, then PD or Sports just gets to install something, gain 2 credits.
And that's what Sports wants to do, is just be installing something in that remote nearly every turn, saying, you want to check it now? How about now?
And of course, we never want to. And some discussion saying that, Lad is just Toshiko but better. To which I would say, possibly.
Maybe. Trickshot is a heck of a card.
That reminds me. We don't need the Hoshiko picture anymore. That's probably what people were talking about. See, that's what happens when you read only the one most recent messages. All right, overclock and ready to dump that into self-modifying code.
Probably to get a barrier breaker, I would think.
And fortunately for the runner, we're not on a threat 3, so nothing gets installed off of Ablative. Imagine if they reinstalled the Tranquility into Server 6.
The value.
I don't think I could stomach it.
Looks like our Fractor is Propeller.
There's threat 3.
Yeah. And given a bunch of value to Sports. You love to give away those Hyperloop extensions.
Oh, yeah. It is an absurd credit swing. Just 0 clicks, gain 5.
Yeah, if I had that on my basic action card, I'd certainly use it all the time.
So we do see a Greasing the Palm.
Ooh, we're playing a red level just to draw some cards, not comboing out.
Well, that is an Audacity. So that's a Mega
okay.
Play. And that's
take
active.
it back.
That's worth 2 points.
Nice.
So I'm going to guess this is what
achieved.
I'm going to guess this is what the influence is. It's 3 Audacities and Spin Doctors and Mavirus as necessary.
We see a Moon Pool removed from the game, so.
Oh yeah, that too.
So if I recall correctly, on the Moon Core versions, it's 2 Moon Pool Audacity, and then some number of Spin Doctors and a Mavirus, I guess.
Probably. Moonpool is really good in Sports because you probably have just that many agendas floating around anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, it always feels good to shuffle back, the 1 Ikawa or some Mega Prees that aren't active yet and score stuff out.
I mean, that's just 6 cards in Archives. There's probably agendas in there now.
Yeah, but there's also probably some core damage and or negative points waiting for you if you go check it.
And we didn't mention it yet, but that's DJ getting Steve. That'll give you great rebate, great returns on running HQ. And you do want to
Get
do
your
that
events back.
Yeah, the Corp's just drawing up, trying to find those next agendas. You'd rather see them than the Corp. And red level clearance, fantastic card in Sports, because if you draw into the cards that you can fast advance, then you just get your click back.
Looks like we're just opting to play it for green level clearance value. 2 credits, or 1 credit and 2 card draw. And jamming and icing Archives. Interesting choice.
Yeah, I bet that's another drafter. I mean, or Ablative, because Ablative on Archives just gives you a lot of options right as they're running Archives. So ablative cannot install agendas, but if there's a spin doctor in archives, then you can install the spin doctor and rescue agendas.
Oh, that's a fun little trick.
Or a moon pool if one of them has landed in archives. Now there's 2 spin doctors, 1 moon pool removed from the game, so there's not a ton of those left. And this new card behind the drafter, you can get in if you want, but that is such a dangerous drafter to let fire just to go check something that could be a virus.
Right. Would it be possible to score the Ikawa with a moon pool? Probably.
You'd need at least 1 extra, because the moon pool, if you install it from hand, is just like +1 action. And Revolver,
right.
That's a pretty reasonably cheap way through drafter, at least once. And getting Niyasha, getting the multi-access down.
Niyasha. Now that's a fun card we don't see very often.
Yeah, it's been in some variants of the Girls Wins decks, because you just put enough things in to make sure Pretty Mary De Silva is always looking at a 3rd card.
Yeah. Makes sense in those kind of Akiko lists.
And it does not trash itself when it's empty, so you can sell it to Aesops and get a rebate. Yeah, Gloompunk getting a pretty good Rashida right here. I'm sure this has supplied you with a lot of options. Restore, very good card. Install something from archives. Kind of an organized play nightmare. Because you just have to trust that the face down cards aren't other copies of that card.
Yeah, there's a lot of trust in Netrunner rules. We are moon pooling. What are we doing?
2 Vitruvius. Looks like
Shuffling.
that's just a roundabout.
Ooh,
biotic
it's a
labor.
luminal.
Yeah, luminal's
That
gnarly.
is a good one to score.
And that is 2 genuine 2-pointers that went back into the deck, so makes sense to ice R&D. All right, what do you sell with Aesop's Pawn Shop right now? 6 credits isn't quite enough.
I don't know. I don't really want to sell any of these cards.
And Knack makes the same call.
Yeah.
All right. What's a good
We're
grab?
just gonna check HQ.
Yeah, check HQ. You could get back an overclock. You could get back coalescence. You could get back a lot of things.
You could get back that Physarum. Get through one of these drafters, maybe.
I mean, you can already get through draft.
Oh,
we
have Revolver. Okay, we don't necessarily need that.
Okay, but it is overclock.
That's a much better way to do that.
Yeah, so Simul Chip gives you the option of getting SMC if you end up hitting a code gate you really need to break. But no actions from the Corp because we're playing with house money here.
Breaking this drafter for free and a couple tokens. And seeing 3 cards.
Ooh, Ontological is a good one. No core damage, so it's not something super scoreable for the Corp at this point. Still something alive in the remote.
Is it just the win? Can we go check it? It's going to put Lat on 1 credit, which is not where you want to be, but yeah, you could make some money back. trash this Neosha. You could turns on your Simmel chip. It gives you place. What's your call on the remote? Is it the win, or is it just like a tranquility?
I think it could be the win because until that ontological, there is plenty of room to make an attrition play, sending them through the drafter.
Someone asks, is there clot in the runner heap?
There's not. No clot. But there is Muse, which if the list has clot, you could just sandwich it for the Muse. Alright, and now we're resing the Jaguarundi, now that we're at threat 4.
Oof.
And you're taking that tag.
Yep. It is last click. You are gonna be taking that tag.
Unless you go find a Hush somewhere. It's the best card that you just don't have the deck slots for.
Still, theoretically possible to go get it if we've got the Hush. I don't know that the influence quite works out with the Revolver and the 2 Fazarums. But either way, if we want to get into R&D here, we're going to have to let those tags stick around. Drop super low.
Right, Archives doesn't have too much interesting 3 face downs. Then we're looking at...
is committing.
We're committing.
Let's see if it pays off.
Well, at least you have seen what Rashida draws. And now you have no guilt selling the Neosha. That Jaguarundi was just allowed to completely fire there, so give him a tag, give him a core. That's fine. You're not allowing the corp to score ontological yet. And if you take the time to Hypoxia or something, that's probably slow and not worth it at this point.
Having a long think, that probably means that they don't have another Elevagar in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Two moon pools removed. I think we've already used the Audacity, and it's in Archives, yeah?
Yeah, the Audacity is in Archives.
No ways to fast advance a 3-2 if Gloompunk has one.
Not for 4 credits, I imagine. Maybe with the greasing.
Oh, right! Greasing is in this list, and Lad has tags right now. And that's what we see, greasing the palm.
No, I forgot about that. Did you know that greasing the palm has text on it about tags? I had forgotten.
Hey! Getting the 3-2 ontological for the win.
So that Jaguarundi fire,
well played.
Huge stonks.
Good kitty.
Yeah, a lot of people did not believe in the Jaguar, but did really good. And yeah, Gloompunk sweating about R&D. I would. That was at least 2 full whiffs on a Pretty Mary De Silva multi-access.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta trust in the heart of the cards, and paid off.
All right, that looks like all the games for this round. Yeah, that is all the games. So let's go have a look at Let's go have a look at Aesop's tables. If I can find where my OBS window went. All right, now I think we've got a fairly even spectating of all the players. That's round 4. We got 2 more rounds of Swiss to go.
And Porco Bolo still undefeated.
Yeah, undefeated.
Just an
Precision
excellent
design,
run.
Good deck. Kit, good deck. We saw those in the first 2 rounds. The kit is on Spark, Lobi, and Orca.
And now we have quite a large bubble going all the way down to 8th place.
Yeah, 2/3 of this tournament is on the bubble. Y'all got to get some wins in there. All right, now Alex running the tournament is checking to see if we can start the next round because everyone has finished their games. And very interesting to see Jinteki doing pretty okay this game. So we do have that punitive. We do have that classic punitive style that is looking pretty good these days. You know, it turns out YDL, very good card. Do you think YDL will have to get banned at some point?
Maybe. It is quite good at just recovering from pretty low credit values. It's only 2 for a floor, so you can always credit YDL to get yourself back in the game. That is very strong.
Yeah, I think it's way stronger than we expected when we look at this card and say, is this just an easy mark a lot of the time?
And it turns out no. If you want to, you can really just build your deck around it, have a bunch of draw card effects, and get huge payouts. Some of those early builds we saw out of Restoring Humanity where they would like fire 2 Bacterials and have like 18 cards in hand, just ridiculous.
And Delaria saying, don't know if the corpse will have time for this after Rashida goes. And Rashida's definitely a huge part of getting a YDL to be so easy to use.
That's true. With Rashida out of the landscape, YDL is probably going to be in a much more reasonable position. We'll probably still see the Midnight 3 builds, though. That's a good enough card to get a payoff on that, I think.
Yeah, I've been running King Making with superconducting hubs. We can still have our big payouts.
Ooh, that's fun.
We just have to get some 1-pointers into our score area. It's easy.
Yeah, for certain definitions of easy. It never feels good to be able to, have scored 2 points and only get half of it. But if your 1-pointers are good enough, sometimes that's the play. We've seen it quite a bit. Ares, false lead.
Yeah, one person in my play group really likes to put Ares into the score area. And it's such a drain on your resources as soon as they do that.
Yeah. Feels like it's 2016 again and you're playing against CTM.
Ugh. Oh, no, I had just forgotten. How could you do this to me?
So let's see. Have we paired round 5 yet? Not quite.
No, we still got 5 minutes left in the official timer, and I don't think everyone has given the go-ahead to just pair round 5. So, you played any good board games lately?
I recently introduced a friend to Star Realms, It's kind of an oldie but a goodie.
That's the kind of deck builder where you're putting
Yeah,
space
it's a
stations and ships out.
yeah, kind of a Dominion clone sort of game. Uh, but yeah, it's got sort of a little faction system within it. There's four different colors of spaceships, and one of them lets you get rid of cards from your deck. So you can just make the leanest deck where you just draw the whole 12 card deck every turn and like do a bunch of damage. So fun. Love those little combos.
Card removal always very strong in these games. One left on the thumbs up to start the round. Looks like we're starting right at the previously foretold time. Well, I recently played the Dune Imperium Uprising expansion. That's a
Ooh.
reboot, kind of reboot, rebalancing new baseline for the Dune Imperium deck builder. They made some absolutely fascinating changes that I think are pretty good ideas. But it means totally nothing unless you already really knew Dune Imperium quite well. Alright, that looks like round 5 is started and paired.
Ooh, all right. Let's take a look. What do we want to go watch?
We have not seen the source on As yet.
Ooh. As versus Punitive Jinteki. I'd be interested.
Yeah, let's see about that. Let's go Dune Imperium chat. All right. So, I think it's really cool that they added new two influence faction spaces on the table. Because there's a lot of factions where you say, why do I want to go here? What is this useless space for? Like getting fold space from the Spacing Guild, it felt so useless. I don't think I've done it more than once. But now that Spacing Guild lets you go to a particular space on the map, that's something. Also find it very interesting. Like they've just done so much. Like they added spies so you can once again I'm noticing that they are giving you this setup where you can set up for card draw on a later turn. So at first they had like the water station space. All right, let's get in there and quickly ask if we can spectate. But now they've added spies, so in addition to stockpiling water to go to some card draw space, now you can also just have spies on the table. And I really like that they're adding this setup to let you draw a lot of cards without being lucky enough to draft a card that says, draw 3 more cards.
Kind of taking some of the randomness out of the draft and letting you build for it.
Yeah, it always, in some of the other earlier deck builders, if the card existed that said draw 2 more cards, it really felt kind of arbitrary who got to play that card. And so some people would just be allowed to go for a big rig economy, and others would just not have the chance to pick up those cards.
Yeah, in a lot of those Euro games, there's like a drafting system at the beginning, and it always felt a little weird to me. Draft seems like such a card game thing to do, and when I'm playing like Agricola or whatever, like the draft is, I think, kind of the least interesting part. But I don't know, maybe that's me.
Yeah. And I think that Magic and some other games like it, uh, one of my friends, she has said that she loves drafting, but she wants to actually play a game with the draft afterwards. So she doesn't like something like Sushi Go, where you just draft and then you count up your points. So you both have to have a decent drafting game and a decent game to play after the draft. And I guess drafting isn't the right verb to use for Dune Imperium. It's a deck builder. There's a row out there.
Oh, okay.
So it's
There's
a
more of a market
it's a
to buy
market
things
row
from.
kind of game, but they've flattened a lot of the power that you can get by saying, "Oh, that's a good card," and then one person who buys it now has this power card in their deck for the rest of the game. So it's a lot flatter on this how powerful any individual card is, but you have a lot more opportunity to set up longer term plans for plays.
And really, that's what I want to do with a board game is I want to build my little engine that lets me move a thing so I can move a thing so I can do a thing. And
All right. And then when you're in, so players are asking, maybe we mulligan because we still have 2 minutes till the timer starts. And generally, yeah, you can go ahead and resolve your mulligans before the actual timer happens.
indeed, I was actually just looking at organized play policies earlier today.
Both players keep. Sounds like a strong hand. Sounds like they both believe in their hands. So I don't know what Az is up to. There's not one deck where we say, oh yeah, there's a really good Az deck out there. So this could be just
Yeah,
about
as
anything.
as is always a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, you see Restoring Humanity
Most
and you immediately think, I bet that's probably punitive, but someone might have come up with something else. And we're straight to there might be something else when we look at Az.
Yeah. I think probably the most common build is, you put out Masterwork and you do weird shenanigans with it. But what those shenanigans are, that's anybody's guess.
Mm-hmm.
Though my favorite as to play is prepaid.
Yeah, prepaid does feel like it needs to be 1 credit cheaper. There's always that bit of tension because prepaid says run a deck full of events, Az says run a deck full of hardware. So getting that mix right is very challenging, and sometimes you just don't draw the right proportion of them.
Yeah, it is very prone to just like weird, awkward draws. But it's fun. And I get to relive the glory days of prepaid Kate in
Yeah.
a not as good form.
And we do see Restoring Humanity starts up with Ice Ice Hedge Fund. Hansing, except it's not Hedge Fund, it's Hansei Review, and trashing an Anoetic Void, and the source immediately just running archives, turn off that drip over time. And that is indeed a prepaid voice pad. And a Carmen straight on the table. We're not getting hit by Saisentan today.
That is a scary prospect running face down archives when the credit differential is looking like it is.
I mean, the
It
credit
would have to
differential.
be
Yeah.
it would have to be an incredible draw. But
Yeah. Like, I think on specifically turn one, especially when they're trying to get away with their drip, like, this is the time when you can try to hope to get away with that. Because if you don't call their bluff, they just get like 5 free credits they shouldn't have gotten.
right. But you gotta always be wary. You never know when a bacterial is gonna be in archives, and then it'll put another one in there, and then just one punitive, and you're dead.
And also note, that was a mutual favor for that Carmen. And right now we have all 3 centrals iced. So that was possibly your last opportunity to get a 3 credit Carmen without taking the risk of getting hit by a sentry. So I think that might have been partially motivated by don't let the corp get free money, but also get your Carmen down before the door closes on getting a cheap
Right.
Carmen.
Yeah, very important to get that Carmen down against any sort of Jinteki deck, really. And Knack is pushing out an iced server.
Yeah, and we saw that was falsified, so that's there to go withdraw the credit from the prepaid voice pad. Great call. It's a Rashida Jahim. You generally expect that. And that's just 5 credits into your pool. So this 1 credit just immediately bounced back, and we're back up to 10.
Nice. Go prepaid. And we're
Yeah.
getting Debbie down.
And yeah, not trying to milk the prepaid voice pad over time. Just play all these events because, we'll get in here. And that is a Boto.
Ooh. That is a strong hit early. You don't expect the net damage from a barrier, but
yeah, losing the Ashen Epilogue, so don't know if we should expect more, but this deck looks like it was ready to play a very long value game with Debbie and prepaid voice pad. Corp trashes a card from HQ, and now Restoring Humanity is back online. There's Rashida, full hand. No, not that it was going to be too hard to discard something for RH, but now you don't have to. But the runner's still, like, this is a really strong looking setup for the long game.
yeah, as the runner here, you just have to stay safe and not let the corp win.
That was a Your Digital Life for 6, so that's just a hedge fund at this point. A very good hedge fund. And it looks like we might be trying to get away with a... What are we trying to get away with here? Because if that's Regenesis, and I think this was... We didn't actually see Regenesis in the previous game.
You gotta assume they're on, I guess, what? What do you do? 5 3-pointers and 3 Regenesis? Or do you...
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's Charlotte. And we did see interesting include of Wildcat Strike into the Source's deck. Looks a lot better when you're playing prepaid voice pad. And it's only one influence. Like, this deck was probably digging for what can I play that gives me credits. And in this circumstance...
Easy splash.
Yeah, easy splash. Normally people don't like it because the corp gets to choose, but when you have lots of credits, the corp can't exactly sabotage you by picking cards. Because you would love to get cards even more than you'd love credits.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're setting up for a long value game. The corp might have trouble getting enough credits to punitive as here. He has Link.
Ooh. Not too many runners with that Link nowadays. Az is well connected.
Well connected indeed. But here we are, 50, down to 30 cards in R&D. Still no agendas to be seen anywhere.
So if I'm Az here, I'm thinking we got to take down this Charlotte at some point, or the corpse economy is just going to spiral out of control. I'd be poking centrals, trying to get some knowledge about where the ice is, so that I can maybe pinhole.
Yeah, getting the Spin Doctor out. It's great to keep Spin Doctors away because that lets the corp choose the exact state of archives. All right, Void and one Unseen coming back. Not managing to play a event to withdraw the voice pads though. And the thing is,
dropping the second one.
The thing is, you can run recklessly everywhere to try to cost the corp money, but that does cost you money. And you can actually, if the corp's going to run slowly like this, you can actually just say, do you have double my 20 credits to punitive me?
Yeah, as long as you can keep pace with the corp, a 3-point punitive is usually not the end of the world. It's those 6 damage punitives you really got to watch out for.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of trying to get ahead on economy, this looks like it might be a Yodel play. And just continuing to play the slots. Charlotte will deliver us what we want eventually. And icing up R&D just to make sure the runner doesn't start making plays that doesn't just move the game in too fast for the corp at this point. And now you're probably at the point where you can't run archives.
Yeah, too many face downs in there, and it starts to look pretty scary. That is, in fact, how I died to Knack in one of my games earlier.
And then there's the interesting one thing that's interesting to all the rules heads out there. Right here, Jaina is telling you which card the class act to put on the bottom. And that's correct. There's some questions asked where people ask, when exactly should JNet tell you which card was put on the bottom? And the class act, as much as it was just designed as runner daily business show, it actually just looks at the top cards of the deck, and then you actually move like the third card onto the bottom of the deck. Whereas daily business show, you actually draw the cards, and then the runner's not allowed to audit which card of those was sent to the bottom.
Oh, I didn't realize that. That it's different.
It is different, and we tried to do some erratas to the class act. There is a series of erratas where we, made some mistakes where we said, okay, we'll make it actually function like daily business show, and then we had some embarrassing whoopsies when it comes to checking for did you actually draw a card? What if the deck is empty? Do you have to draw one card and put it on the bottom of your deck?
Oh,
So at some point we just said, okay, it turns out no, you actually have to just have it work the way it does.
Knack continuing to get value off of this Charlotte. The gulf between the credits is looking a little wider here. Knack on 22 to the source's 12.
And interestingly, the source ran HQ, paid Cheswick credits to boost, and just jacks out, not actually choosing to access HQ. So that was just to charge up the twinning.
Oh, hey, it's like we're playing Turning Wheel again.
Yeah.
Just run and end the run. Charge up those tokens.
And Janak not resing, possibly because Anansi just hurts your economy way more than it does the runners at this point. But the Corp is pulling ahead. Now, the economy can evaporate in an instant if you just decide to res two Anansis, but that's probably why the source is going to play very, very methodically to just stockpile twinning counters.
Really tough because as criminal, most of your good economy cards are run based, and
Yeah,
you just can't take that gamble that you're not just gonna crumble to an Anansi and then, well, you got some credits from Bravado, but is it really worth it? But here we are, some more run based, not quite economy, but card draw from Bayabands.
Yeah, paid 0 because you got those voice pad credits, and there is indeed the Anansi. So you get your 2 towards the boost, 3 real credits to the break, and there's the second Anansi. That looks like some economic damage.
Ooh. Both sides, though.
Yeah.
I think we're both going to end up on 4 credits after this run.
Yeah, by a draw, do we install something? No. Well, 4 for paying trash costs, so that got the Spin Doctor out of HQ.
That's not bad.
And on the one hand, it would be terrifying to access a 2-pointer right now. On the other hand, the Corp only has 4 credits. And now you start looking at that Charlotte and saying, maybe that has to go.
Yeah, with 4 credits, I would probably feel pretty safe trying to pinhole either archives or R&D. Get this Charlotte taken down. But Charlotte will remain here for another turn. Give Knack some value.
Yeah, now it is the slow value that I think many people were saying this isn't worth it. Because you are spending a click to advance it every turn. Although this double advance does suggest that the corp might be looking to just get the 4 credits in the card next turn and then just trash it next turn. And the second advancement might have been because there's nothing better to do this turn.
Do you think that's maybe a signal that we have an agenda in hand? Maybe Knack wants to jam next turn?
Possibly. And I don't know at what point you start just clicking for credits when you're out of better actions. There's a Kurupira. You're not too happy to break Boto, but at the very least, you spend a vanishingly small amount of time in this game at threat 4.
That's true. You can kind of really avoid threat 4 on the all 3-pointers agenda suite. But even at strength 4, Boto, good solid ice.
Yeah, Boto is really good and might be better than Braun, especially for Jinteki. You don't want to spend influence on Braun. And Knack pre-resing that Anoetic Void, making sure you don't get falsified credentials. Because it is very obvious that it's an upgrade of some kind.
Right. And that's a good, easy way for the source to bounce back from these 2 measly credits in their credit pool.
Yeah, if not for the fact that you die, boy, do you want to play a Bravado right now.
See what the source can do here. What are other events that would help the source bounce back? Could click and sure gamble. That would be pretty good. I don't know if we've played them all yet, but
there might be more Wildcat strikes. Now at this point, the corp is probably going to give you cards, but yeah, I've played some. Okay, one interesting thing, especially if you're down to play 1 credit economy or 1 influence economy events. Like when I was looking for events to play in an Anacam build, I played Strike Fund and sometimes did just play it because you could spend prepaid voice pad credits on it.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, I've played Carpe Diems in this kind of build, and it's almost the same thing.
And quick check for when we eventually get back to Dune Imperium talk. Ooh, Pinhole the Spin Doctor. So the corp can just pop Spin Doctor, but they do.
Just saying, you won't.
Yeah. I wonder if you
but they do.
Yeah. And that does get you a twinning counter. So maybe you weren't putting a whole lot of value on the Pinhole anyways, because you have to go through 2 big ice to be able to land it. This might be a cheaper way to get rid of the Spin Doctor. Or rather, the highest expected value on a Pinhole right now.
This is round 4, Gearjock.
No, this is round 5.
Oh, right.
All right, Baby Yodel, just standard hedge fund payout. 1 more on HQ. This is feeling like the very old days of Netrunner, you'd wait to fully unload 2 or 3 Adonis campaigns, then you start going for your first agenda score.
Yeah, this is looking like a very ETF sort of board state with, what is this, 10 ice on the board?
Yeah, and a very nice symmetrical arrangement. Gearjock, yes, there is a top cut at the end. I believe it's a cut to top 4.
Single elimination, usually, on these
Yeah.
AMTs.
Yeah, no one's got time for double eliminations.
Yeah, single elim top 4 goes real quick. Just two extra rounds on the end.
And we're just running. Yeah, we're probably realizing that there's free money on Debbie to be spent.
Yep.
And
Undo.
this might be okay. There's Vampire Nasa. Don't have a breaker for that yet. Hate to see that. And that's
Ooh.
Boomerang and another falsified. The Corp has been. I think the Corp has been playing very carefully around falsified, but they can't res agendas. So at some point when an agenda goes in, they can't res that to deny falsified. Yeah, sorry, Gearjock. We didn't manage to get the last AMT uploaded, so it's lost media now. And you missed it. There's a very adorable picture of my cat on the ending screen. And for the Hoshiko unseen protagonist bug, we were flip-flopping between my cat awake and my cat asleep.
Good times.
All right, asking, can you lose credits from Chesva here? No. Losing credits has to come from your credit pool.
More Tattoo Bola shenanigans. That was 2 Tattoo Bolas we saw rezzed and then swapped out.
Yeah, keeping the economy up. This is a very dangerous access, but at the very least, you can't be... The Corp can't force you to access more 3-pointers if you steal one of them.
What an unfortunate run that was. I'm sure the source was just trying to make Knack spend money, and instead, their credit total went up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is where it gets really gnarly, because at this point, with Charlotte firing all game, as much as we might say, wow, they've gone to 15 cards in R&D and not scored anything, now they can probably start scoring out very quickly, and now you have to say, can I get through 28 credits and punitives for whatever they're doing in the remote? And then you probably have to try to, if the Corp's on Regenesis, we haven't actually confirmed this, this is where you try to get those, because you're not dying to punitive over 1 point.
Yeah, even if the Corp's at 30 credits, 1 point punitives don't really do that much.
It is at this point I must share with you that I have died to a 1 point punitive.
Oh, me too. I died to one at OTG. They were on like a broad daylight build. It was very strange. It was like Grinder Wayland almost. But yeah, I stole the hostel and I died for it.
I know that broad daylight's probably not the most fun experience to face, but I really liked broad daylight and was kind of enchanted with it when it was printed. I had one very memorable game where my opponent said, okay, I think I can clear the hard-hitting news tags. I'll be fine. I say, okay, can you clear the hard-hitting news tags and draw enough cards not to die to draw daylight? And the answer was no.
Love being able to put multiple angles of pressure on like that. That's how you win games. You gotta set up those forks.
If only the cleaners was still around. That card's awful, though. Alright, so the Corp did finally get rid of Charlotte. New card in the remote. This looks an awful lot like the Corp is going to pull... Yeah, this looks like this is the Regenesis play. And it's very difficult to stop.
Ooh, Regenesis and scores of Fuji from archives.
Yeah. And technically added to the score area, so you don't get the score effect of 2 net damage. But then the corp can just next turn say, all right, we still have this really dangerous punitive differential here. Install advance advance.
And the source on 3 credits probably can't beat those traces. Now, there are lots of credits on the board. If we can somehow figure out how to convert those into real credits, maybe we could be cooking. But there's not really a good server to Bravado at this point.
Yeah, and then speculation from chat. I wonder if you gamble on there's only one punitive in HQ. And it's definitely a gamble. All right, so we're finally trying to get our run-based economy rolling. Dirty Laundry, spend the prepaid credits. And then Vampire NASA, we're boomeranging through it. And we have 4 Chesva credits. All right, preventing all the resource loss, allowing the corp to just gain money and draw cards. That doesn't matter, allegedly.
Yeah, at this point, you gotta just say, well, Knack has all the money. They can have some more. It's fine.
Yeah, or you can try to play for surviving through... second Vampire NASA, no decoder. And if you are playing a decoder, you probably have something that doesn't line up well against Vampire NASA.
Bones and pinhole threading. Getting trashed by the net damage.
Ah, no!
And the third Jazz Squid. And that's a flatline.
Vampire NASA flatline. I, for one, am glad to have seen this. I am a Vampire NASA believer.
It's a fun ice. That 7 is a tough ask, but unless they're on Buzzsaw Cleaver or Buzzsaw Turbine, you're not getting through it very easily.
All right. Just had to send that to someone. But that is... yeah,
Clip it, chat.
Yeah, a full house indeed. Right there with spiders and squids. Have to assume that the remote is 2 Botos, HQ is 3 Anansis, and who knows what the third ice is on Archives.
Archives must be all Sysentons.
What a terrifying server. All right, who's still playing in round 5? I think that was the last one. That was the last one, yeah. Not too surprising if we play towards the late game like that. Never finding the decoder, but would you honestly want to be paying to go through squids at that point if you had a decoder?
Yeah, like, I don't know what decoder you're on. Unity, maybe? And even that's like 5 credits.
It is. Like, the only thing that actually feels good is Buzzsaw. And that's 5, honestly, or just 2 with Turbine, which is disgusting, and I hate it.
Yeah, it turns out Yogg, heck of a card.
Still echoing through the game as we speak. Really funny how those long-term those design decisions from so long ago are still... I'm not going to say haunting our game, but we definitely still are feeling them.
As some say, you live in the context of all that came before you.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's round 5. All the games. Alex,
let's look at the standings.
Yeah, let's look at the standings.
Porco Bolo just rocking it.
Yeah, absolutely killing it.
15 points with a bunch of 9s following behind.
I mean, you could ID it, and I guess you probably might consider that to save brain juice, but
who are you paired against? They probably don't want to ID.
They probably don't. Yeah, no. Yeah, IDing is always that kind of conspiracy of the top two players to make sure they don't knock each other out.
Right. Had a few other players won and somebody was on 12 points and gets paired against Porcobolo, then maybe we'd see an ID, but I don't think we're gonna.
We do still have 10 players in the game, so there's only been 2 drops so far. If I'm doing my math correctly, yeah?
Correct.
And then not again worried about bubbling out on SO strength of schedule. So yeah, if you are unfamiliar with how we decide who the top 4 is, essentially the strength of schedule means how well the opponents you have played against are doing. So if you've won all your games and someone else has won all their games, the person whose opponents have done better is considered to have the higher strength of schedule, and that will put them higher in the placement.
And then if you really need to, you can look at your opponent's strength of schedules for extended strength of schedule. I feel like that really only comes up in smaller tournaments.
Yeah,
but this
I don't know
ESOS, if you go to the standings page, will help you out.
And it's kind of funny looking at Porcobolo, who has a 1.4 ESOS, presumably because his opponents have all lost to him.
Right.
Hurting your own strength of schedule by winning too much.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit of rubber banding on the tournament structure there.
You know, if they come back from being a full 2 wins less than Porcobolo.
And then there's, of course, the opposite strategy where you get beaten just enough to be able to submarine back up into the cut by having, I guess, easier opponents to take down in later rounds.
All right, we do have 9 minutes left in the round. So now, I think we can talk about Dune Imperium again. Are you familiar with Dune Imperium?
I have never played it. As I understand it, it's kind of a grand strategy area control-ish sort of thing.
No, not really. It's
or
actually...
or am I thinking of the old Dune game?
You're thinking of the old Dune game. There's so many Dune games.
Okay.
This one is a deck builder, and it has like a deck row. It has a market row. You have decks of cards, but it's also the other half of the game is a worker placement game. So what your cards do for you is, there's some text on the cards, but they also let you send your agents to particular spaces on the board. And of course, you block other players from going there if you went there first for the round.
Indeed. I love a good worker placement.
Yeah, and
I think when I first started board gaming, Lords of Waterdeep was pretty much all I played for months.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that I love so this game, the setup is like it will last at most 10 rounds, and you draw a conflict card, and that tells you what are you fighting over, and it might be because some of the placements are spaces on the planet, and you are sometimes the conflict says we're fighting over this space, and someone gets to own that space if they win the conflict, and they get a little tax on all the players who go there if they own the space. Table 2 Bubble Gaming looks like it's been paired. But what I really like is that every round we say, okay, this is what we're fighting over. And it's just abstracted as there's the conflict, and you have your soldiers, and you send soldiers into the conflict. And then you compare and see who had the most soldiers and the most trickery and extra bonuses for the conflict to see who gets first and second and third place. And then all the soldiers in the conflict just die. Like, none of them return home alive. It's a very metal piece of wooden cube storytelling.
Very, very brutal world there. All right, so who do we want to look at? Do we want to see Asmari versus Sable on table 2 here?
We have not seen Esmari yet. And apart from Porcobello, pretty much anyone could be in the final cut. Let me see. Is that true with the standings? Yeah, everyone else is on 9, so we'll probably see Porcobello. So yeah, let's take a look at Asmari EdTech. That is table
Right.
2. Titled Bubble Gaming. All right, we are on to stream. So, Asmari EdTech, we're taking an educated guess, as it were, that the popular thing a lot of people are doing with Asmari EdTech is they are playing re-education. This is a 5-3 agenda. When you score it, you can put cards from your hand into your deck and redraw. The runner puts that many cards from their hand back into their deck, and they don't redraw. And so you try to take them to 0 cards and then kill them with Jupe.Grid by doing 1 more damage after that happens. It's very difficult to play around and requires you to tech into the matchup, and even then it still goes very fast and is difficult to deal with.
Indeed. And in fact, we saw a ruse in Discord earlier of Not Again asking if folks were on Caldera or Respirocytes. But I actually played against this deck and know for a fact that it is, at least from what I saw, not on Jupestot Re-Education.
Ooh, exciting.
I got crypto crashed. I got headlined.
You mean to tell me this NBN deck is tagging you? I'm just not sure I can accept this.
Tagging me and taking my money. It was a rough game. I was poor all game, and I probably shouldn't have won, but I managed to lock sack on R&D a couple times. That's how it goes.
You're just helping the strength of schedule there.
Yep, I guess.
And we have 1 minute until the game start.
So we'll see if Asphyxia over here on Stable can keep her money up and not fall into tag hell. What kind of Sable? Do we know?
I don't think we've spectated Asphyxia yet. So I don't know what she's up to. Sable is a very good home for kind of a reg crim. Almakua stonks are up these days because there's all these corps trying to play iceless or have only 1 or 2 pieces of ice. And Almakua just walks all over those kind of corps. You never have to go find your rig against Barf Thule if you just install 1 Almakua.
Yeah. Turtle used to just be in every single deck, and you don't see it as much lately.
Yeah, it's very
too much virus around for a long time. I think people are sort of scared off of it.
Yeah, it's very funny to think like Whiteblade published 2 criminal lists in this meta. One from May it's this beautiful Zaya deck that's on like 2 copies of everything. It's got 2 Docklands passes, and it's just this super clean build where everything says, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's a very well interlocking machine. And the answer to any problem is just have money and play aggressively. And then 3 months later, he publishes a Sable deck packed with tech and Amakua. And Talavisto asking, how can the corp play 1 to 2 pieces of ice? In the case of the 1 deck I mentioned, Barf Thule, the ID punishes you for stealing agendas. And they usually set up a very, very dangerous board state where you both can't check in case you touch agendas and trigger all of their traps, but Also, if you don't go touch the agendas, then they can kill you from off the table with something like orbital superiority, which I don't think I've seen before seeing it in Barf Thule in serious competitive decks. Okay, and we see, as Amari EdTech, you probably just name event all game, but here's Mystic Mamie to just show you that you're making the right choice.
Right, right. So Not Again has jammed into the server. Sable
Ooh,
just trying to get some value here.
and value indeed, and I think that's going to, if Asphyxia hasn't already heard that this isn't the re-education deck, this will immediately set off massive red flags that this is not the usual suspects. Because Oracle Think Tank...
This isn't a 3-pointer.
Yeah, Oracle Think Tank does not belong in those decks. And, given that all that thing does is give you a tag, yeah, you probably really need to clear that tag.
Yeah. I mean, you want to clear that tag anyways. Getting your Mamie trashed would feel really bad.
And we do see maybe Yodels are the new Rashida. The more you play, the better your win chances.
But Not again joking. I'm just going to play 6 punitives and kill you.
Yeah, have you ever biotic labored to get that extra punitive in?
Don't think that I have.
Neither have I.
Sounds fun, though.
Can't imagine why you need an extra click on the punitive turn, but...
I was on a Mirror Morph punitive deck for a while that had a biotic in it, so there was the opportunity.
So right now, no idea what the Corp could be up to. Crypto crashes with Seamless is a classic threat. And Stone Ship Chart Room is a card that you feel really good because you thought you needed it for the... You thought you needed it as a tech card, but now it's like not sure what Stone Ship is doing for you this round. Do you just cash it in to get through your deck?
Leave it on the table for a future...
Oh no, it's the full value
winning.
Crypto crash.
Ooh.
And Not Again did that so quickly, knowing that this
on
is
exactly 7 credits too.
You're never getting a better Crypto crash than this. Especially as the runner now needs to go play all these cards to get him out of hand. Now, Dirty Laundry from the Mamie is probably the best recovery you could ask for, but what a dirty Crypto crash.
But Asphyxia keeping those pieces in hand to just be able to recover, get an info bounty on the table. There's still 2 open servers that can easily be triggered off of.
All right, inside job HQ.
Checking the hand.
Okay, and that is a ping. So oh no, it's a beholden hand.
That is not what you want to see. We do not have the money to clear these tags, nor the clicks.
I'm gonna guess that info bounty's not gonna make it next turn.
Sounds like Oliver agrees.
That is Oliver in agreement. And yeah, if you're facing tags, you kind of have to. So there's always the temptation to just ignore the tags. What are they going to do? But there's Oracle Think Tanks. They're going to take you back down to 0 points is what they're going to do.
Yeah. But that'll take away one of your tags. Sometimes that's nice. That's the Corp saving you 2 credits.
And it always feels the worst. Oh no, shipment from Vlad's.
Getting a degree mill for cheap.
What an absolute value behold that was. So you don't get your board state ripped up, but Corpse on 5 points, and you still have to think about clicking for 2 credits and clearing 2 tags. That's miserable.
Yeah, if that's got to be your whole turn, you're so far behind. And not against just, one seamless and some jamming away from just taking the game at that point. Not
So
again,
what?
really playing on the meta knowledge here, going, Ms. Mari, I bet you know what I'm doing, and just coming out of left field with something completely different and
Yeah,
getting paid off.
Tag's looking stronger than ever now that everyone has has stopped respecting tags in terms of tech or leaving clicks remaining.
Bouncing off this ping to get some money. Not too bad.
Oh,
Doesn't look like we're clearing the tags.
But you get that Sable click back? You don't get the info bounty because you didn't breach. But now you can get yourself down to one tag, so they at least can't do another shipment from Vlad's.
Let's see, do we clear tag last click?
What are the
Or
odds
we
that they have
trying
another
something
shipment
else?
and agenda?
Yeah. What are the odds they have a market forces?
Mm-hmm. The other cool thing about Stone Ship is that if you Stone Ship on the corpse turn, then you also get that class act draw.
Oh, fun. Got to eke that little bit of value out of every card, right? And what do you know? Market forces.
Yeah, that's why you can't Market Forces is such a hard no, you can't ignore the tags. You do have to click for credits and clear them.
Not again on a healthy 10 credits and icing up R&D. Let's see if Asphyxia can pull herself out of this hole.
All this from hitting a Behold at the wrong time. This is like one of those ridiculously pointy R plus decks where every single card you might try to touch is going to cause a devastating economic swing, but in Asmari, so
Yeah.
you never see it coming.
And speaking of devastating swings, we see an Oppo research in hand. Not online at the moment, but it will be at some point in the future if Asphyxia takes some points.
Or, of course, if you trash anything. I could imagine some must trash cards you might access.
Yeah, there's probably a Hollow Man or two in this deck, I would imagine.
Yeah, you can just get so much money with Asmari. Yeah, Piranhas is. I don't know if this looks like the deck that's running Piranhas, but that is a card. It's an absolute card. I'm enjoying it. It goes well into that king making deck.
Yeah,
And I
it's
was
especially good in that deck for sure.
and I was playing
But
against
even outside
someone.
of it, it's just a solid code gate.
Yeah, I was playing, and it is partially because of the Hoshiko buzzsaw that looms over the whole metagame. I played against someone, and we were talking to each other on voice chat, and I said, "Oh yeah, I'm playing Piranhas specifically to hurt buzzsaw users." Opponent pops SMC, installs a buzzsaw, and I say, "Oh hey, it's you!" Right, Bravado through HQ, cleared the tag.
Asphyxia keeping her head above water here, but not
Yeah,
again. Pushing the issue. We've got an install into server one. If there's a seamless in hand, or it's the tomorrow's headline, that could just be game.
Yeah, and this deck is running very diverse agenda spread, so you don't know how valuable that thing in there is. You'd hate to go spend resources picking up an Oracle Think Tank. Alright, we're just checking to see. What is that? And you can't let the corp have
And
Rashida, but now you're going to get oppoed.
ooh, yeah, that's true.
And
Rough.
it can be the actual fork oppo where you install advanced oppo them. And yeah, HQ accesses are very free. Oh no, it's Behold again. And yeah, you've already trashed
Ooh,
something. Might as well trash the Behold.
yeah. Just having a rough go of it.
So you can
Do you
clear the
clear tag, clear
tags, but
tag?
you can, but
I
you already
mean,
know where this is going.
not against used most of the tag punishment cards, right? They don't have more.
What are you talking about? These sickos are playing like 3 market forces just for you. Floating 1 tag. That is interesting. And yeah, that's a info bounty being trashed.
Oof. There goes Sable's board state. And an Oppo just to lay it on thick. 5 tags. And only 4 clicks to spend, and not even enough money to clear 4 of them.
And losing the info bounty right as the free run on archives gets rolled as the mark.
You hate to see it.
And now I think you have to just accept that they're going to market forces you, because can you spend 10 clearing tags?
If you have a couple of Baya bands, maybe that's a way to not be tagged. But you're still going to be super broke.
I mean, at the very least, this matchup no longer requires you to survive tag hell and then still have 5 credits for Bologna. So there is that.
That's true. You could just go hog wild and try and touch cards.
Ooh, F2P, pretty gnarly, especially right as we probably have to give up on being untagged.
Yeah. So we're going to get something bounced back to hand. I imagine it's probably this Kurapira with 3 tokens on it.
I bet on. Yep, there it goes.
And
Unseen
now at
cards.
6 tags, I think you just got to accept them. You're not clearing all these. It's too much. You just got to try and win somehow.
This is what made people play that card that cleared all tags. It cost 4.
Oh, yeah. Lawyer Up?
I think that was 2 tags. I think, was it paper tripping?
That's the one, yeah. All kinds of weird crim tag clearing cards out there.
Yeah, paper tripping. Okay, stone ship. Yeah, doing the stone ship trick on the corpse turn. I don't think the corp would ever trash a stone ship. Interestingly, not again, only has 1 credit somehow. I don't know how that happened, but it has.
Yeah.
I
Playing
guess
economic
trashing
warfare to try
resources.
and bring that back to parity, but yeah, trashing resources and rezzing that F2P is where the money went to. Asphyxia having to reinstall Kurapira
Ooh, Starlit
so she can
Knight.
Carpe Diem.
That's another card that says, I don't care how many tags you have, you can't ignore them. Or rather, like, well, it'll make you care about your tags, but it's not on the table yet. And yet again, another card that would get dunked on by Hush if anyone would put it in their decks.
I've got one Hush in my Ari build, but I think Ari is pretty much the only runner who plays Hush in this meta.
Yeah, there's the self-growth program. I told you that there's so much more pain in the deck.
Oof.
But never getting rid of the Mystic Mamie. Scene Chilling pointing out Starlit Knight also gets dunked on by Orca. But gosh, I think you'd have problems if Orca was your killer in this matchup.
Yeah. Getting that bounced by an F2P hit or something would be very rough. Though I suppose if you have Orca down, probably getting through F2P pretty easily.
Yeah, no, it looks a lot like an old R plus deck just put into Asmari.
It seems as though Asphyxia is intent on trying to clear these tags.
I mean, they have these cards that's, you know, you just can't play through tags because if you manage to accumulate 10 credits, they all get deleted by market forces.
Right, that's true. Market forces really forces you to clear them.
And here we are with no Fractor and no money, and that's what all this FFG era tag punishment does to you. I'm very glad that the tag punishment these days that's getting printed is like moves you forward, like backroom machinations.
That's a fun card that I wish saw more play.
I think I'd play it in a oops all 2-pointer deck in NBN.
I could see that.
So that's a boomerang to break the F2P subs. And you're broke, but at least you don't get your Mystic Mamie bounced. Baya removing the tag. Okay, we're close to freedom. And then what second mode do you do on Baya bands? It's none of them look incredible. Alright, so draw on 2 cards.
Pull that boomerang back. Still one tag remains. No credits though.
No credits. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that this would cause you to have to drop from the tournament, even if you won against it. Now we're not judging you, not again, but we are thinking harshly of you.
I'm not. I love this kind of degenerate play.
Netrunner's a depraved game. This fits in very well with the kind of corpse that are showing up these days. So will be interesting to see if something like this shows up at Worlds.
And there it is, seamless launch. Takes away the non-existent money on the runner side and wins the game.
All right, who's still playing? That looks like the Source and Gloompunk, and that looks like table 3 is the only one. Atea versus Arisana.
Fun.
All right, let's go check on if we can stream. Oh, this game's quite far along.
Oh yeah, quite an advanced board state over here.
All right. All right. No stream here. So let us talk about the. Well, there's Dune Imperium, but I think I've largely covered that as much as it makes sense for someone that's not played it. I also have ended up on getting Mindbug. Have you heard of that one?
Ooh, yeah. When I was at Off the Grid, they were playing it in the lobby. CTZ was showing people. It looks really cool.
Yeah, someone at Cascadia was also showing Mindbug, and it is so for anyone listening, it is kind of a simplified creature battler. Like if you look at Magic and say, get rid of all the costs, get rid of you know attack and toughness. No, let's just cut that down. It's just power, but still keep a lot of the keywords. So it sounds like a terrible game if you subtract all of that from Magic, but then what they add is you start the game with these two mind bugs, and you can spend them when your opponent plays a card to instead you turn one of them over and you say, actually that's mine, as if you had just played it. So the real game is not this creature battler. The real game is trying to bait your opponent into wasting their mind bugs and misevaluating what the actually threatening cards you're putting on the table are.
Yeah, and it's got a quirky little art style. All of the creatures are like either weird hybrids or like isn't there like a spider that has like a beak and stuff like that? It's a very cute art style. And
All right, so not again. We're waiting for the game to we're waiting for the rounds to finish up. So we're not streaming the last game. So we have a few minutes to go for board game talk. And yeah, it's something like there's a dogtopus or something. I don't think that's actually one, but it's something that they might come up with.
right. And yeah, it seems really nifty. You've got lower powered creatures that have like really strong effects, and then you've got the bigger creatures that will win in a fight, but maybe don't have the cool abilities. And when you attack, you only ever do one damage to your opponent, so you don't have to keep track of a lot of stuff either. It's very, very distilled down and simplified.
Yeah. Yes. Also, notably, not again. We were joking that we weren't judging you, but we kind of are judging you. But then also this fits in exactly with some of the more what do we say? With some of the pretty depraved corporations that people are bringing to the table these days.
Yeah, I mean, everybody says the meta is like you gotta go orthogonal, and Not Again is just choosing to go orthogonal on a tag axis that hasn't been very popular lately, and it seems to be paying off. So
Yeah.
I approve. Play that meta. That's the real game.
Yeah, and we only have so much time because a lot of this is dependent on these FFG cards. Like there's a very noticeable design difference between FFG, and we're kind of sweeping the last of that out with Dawn. We're going to rotate the rest of FFG. Well, it seems chilling. I'm not head judge for this tournament. I'm just running the stream.
You're the head judge in all of our hearts, though, Seth.
That's good to hear. And yet I can't get anyone else to wear the octopus hat. We need to peer pressure the other judges into joining the trend.
Mm. You should just spend your mind bugs on them.
Yeah, and so I got Mind Bug, and I got some expansions, and I think it really shines if you just go get the expansions because then you keep coming up with new cards and situations you haven't seen before.
Mm.
And so I ended up in this situation where very commonly the game comes down to, well, you let one attack through because it's really bad for you to try to just chunk a creature into it, and then suddenly you're down 1 life point. So now they're trying to push you into. Now they're trying to push you with, well, if I get you down to 1 life point, this basically locks a lot of your actions out. And then suddenly this makes life gain cards become extraordinarily valuable in a way that you just don't value them in anything but when you're on the back foot with 1 life left.
Ah.
Like,
But of course, you can't just throw them out willy-nilly. They'll get mind
yeah.
bugged.
Yeah, so my brother had me down to 1 life point and then played this thing that I don't remember exactly how, but it said when this dies, I lose 1 life. And I
Ooh.
just and so he did this after I used my mind bug on something else and I was all out. So I was, this is definitely ending the game because this was I think it had very low power. So if I either block it and it dies, or I don't block it and I take 1 damage and die.
Oh, what what an annoying place to be put in.
Yeah. But this all instantly ceases to matter if I get. There's not very many cards that gain life, but a great many of them would bail me out there in a way that I don't think I've run into something where I'm specifically only life gain will bail me out of the situation.
All right, it looks like our round 6 standings are in. So we've got our top 4. Of
All right.
course, Porco Bolo not dropping a game until the very end. Knack, The Source, and Not Again, all winning their rounds and securing seeds 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, and we do see a very clean. No one got bubbled out. Everyone got 12 in the top 4. So, you know, that's what you got to do. And interestingly, this very out of left field that absolutely devastated the runners. I think we just saw that deck's only win right there.
Yeah, that's true.
Then other strange and unusual choices, as also just 1 win, as excited as we were to see it. And then the more conventional, good-looking stuff like Precision Design, Restoring Humanity, going 2-1.
And Atea, undefeated. Well done.
Yeah. What was that one? Was that the Sisyphus Protocol one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gnarly. And it
So,
looks like
we're going to see
we're
Porco
preparing for a
Bolo.
10-minute break before the cut.
Yeah. We're going to give these players some time to review the deck lists. Of course, how the top cut works is the highest seed, Porco Bolo, is going to be paired up against Not Again. Porco Bolo will be able to review both or all 4 deck lists essentially and pick the matchup. And then the same will happen with Knack versus the Source. Knack being the higher seed will get to choose the matchup.
Yeah, and I believe
Then we go ahead.
And then for the second round, you will end up, if possible, both players will switch and play the other side. So you don't get to also try to pick the matchup there if it's possible to have an even side balance. And then what happens if like both of the players who get to the final round picked runner or something? Do you just flip a coin to see who plays what side?
Yep. It's just true random if it's exactly equal side balance. And you just kind of let Aesop's pick. Aesop's randomizes it anyways, so. So let's look at these matchups. We've got Porco Bolo versus Not Again. Could choose to either play the Lobosomum kit into this Asmari or play HB Precision Design into Hoshiko. Which would you choose?
Well, we were just discussing that those 10 credit breakers look really bad in the self-growth program, so you might just pick Precision Design to avoid that possibility.
Yeah, that you're probably right about that.
I mean, even if the record looks like this deck, like it looks like you might be able to just outmuscle the deck, like a single stray tag that gets your breakers bounced is just game over. And I bet that's not a chance you want to take. So then Knack can then choose to play Punitive RH into Az, which I believe was a matchup we saw and RH won, or Lat into Atea.
Hmm. Given the record on that Atea and how oppressive Sisyphus protocol can be to play against, I'd be picking to play the matchup that you know you can at least win since you've done it before.
All right. Oh, Sinchling showing an octopus hat. Let me check and see if I can show that. All right, so get your engines ready. Let's see if this is going to pick up the correct monitor. All right, Zinchling has this hat. I approve thoroughly. I think this is the. I think this should be what all the judges wear, and indeed all players, and maybe just everyone.
Just everyone shows up in one of these,
Oh yeah, could you imagine what
having a
pictures we could
grand,
take?
silly time.
Imagine the pictures we could get at Worlds. All right, but back to the matchups. I guess we just discussed them, but I think this doesn't have as clear of a. It's not as clear which one you really want to play as Knack. Well, okay, I think we just said we saw Punitive got one over on Az, and maybe you just assume that looks like a favored matchup for you.
Or at least you did it before. So you know you can hopefully do it again. Maybe as learned. And you're worried about it.
Okay, and we are in the process of getting the lists distributed both to the players and possibly to us. I think we saw a lot of what the decks are up to, but we can always go look for those stray couple of cards that escaped the stream.
Mm-hmm. Now, if I recall correctly, this lat was on Revolver, right?
Yeah, we did see a revolver on the lat.
Was there a backup echelon, or is it Revolver straight through?
I
Do
think
you
that's
know?
something we'd have to look at the deck list for.
For sure. But if it's just Revolver, that is not a matchup you want to play. Having to
Yeah,
hit a non-seize multiple times with Sisyphus, that'll run your Revolver out
ooh.
real quick.
And I will just bother Alex. Then I'll have to go to my. Gosh, I didn't set up an OBS scene for reviewing deck lists. All I have is middle monitor. It's okay. It's okay. I closed all my tabs to be here.
Wow. What a sacrifice.
That's dedication. All right. Well, any other board games on your end?
Not recently. We could talk about one of my favorite board games, Tzolk'in.
I
You
I
ever
haven't
played that
heard of
one?
that. What is that one?
It's several years old at this point, but it's themed around like a Aztec culture,
Hmm.
and it's a worker placement with all the spots you put your workers down on are on gears, and there's a big central gear that serves as like a calendar for the game, and it gets turned one notch every turn, and your workers kind of rotate along the gear to better and better rewards. So on
So
your
do you,
turn, you can either place workers down or you can pull them up off the board and get the rewards. But you kind of want them to stay there and ride a little further to get a better result back. It's a very, very thinky game, and I love it.
okay? So you set them, and then you're deciding how long to wait till you pick them back up and cash out.
Exactly. And like most strategy games, there's different places you send them to. There's one that's kind of focused on corn, which is sort of the main money resource, and then you can collect crystal skulls and donate them to these various temple tracks that you're all fighting over. And
Hmm.
there's secondary resources that you need to build buildings, which will give you a little tile, and that's kind of all just different engine building stuff and ways to get points.
All right, we have
It's
some
super fun.
top cut lists.
Ooh, let's look at them.
Oh, uh-oh. Okay. Flickering. Hopefully nothing to be concerned about.
Nah, looks good.
All right, so we see Porcobolo here, and that is the Aikawa project. So that's the two that we were suspecting around. 3 arcologies, 2 offices. So actually having to produce most of the money itself in most games.
And the tattoo bolas to kind of help keep your econ going as the runner runs those.
Yeah, that little bit of can do the infinite tattoo bola swap, but also just comes back to hand to help you get bigger yodels. And you're
True.
calling out the Sun Commandment. There is one in this list.
Yeah, it's a good card. I'll let you use a red level clearance to do some fast advance shenanigans or even get your big deal.
Yeah, good luck to everyone in the top cut. Okay, this player's still making decisions about what side. And then here in kit, we see the good shaper cards. We see the 2 mad dashes we noted earlier. Really not wanting to play a game with 3 pointers for very long.
That's fun.
Then of course,
Two.
3 sparks and the 2 big programs. Boomerang, your kit, you got a very precious amount of influence to work with. And 2 Ms. Bones. So really making sure that the asset mashup doesn't get you.
Notably, no DJ Fenris. That's usually a card we see in these kind of kit lists to keep those events recurring, but
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the
opting to
source.
spend the influence elsewhere.
All right, so on the source, we have the Atea. So that is the 3 Sisyphus protocols, and then the rest are. It's also 3 bacterials. There's actually only 2 agendas that are not a 3 pointer. So there's Offworld and Send a Message. Then we have Charlotte, Cohort, and I 3 Lacostas. Okay, so we're planning to get those advancements automatically. Hollowmans, Adrian's, attitude adjustments. So this looks like a
3
very
attitude adjustment just to get into that late game.
serious game of keep away and all of the most terrifying ice you'd never want to face check twice. And that's some tattoo
Oh,
bolas for variety.
that is just full of chunky ice. 3 Anansi, 3 Atini, the big old snake, 3 Sysentons. 2 Vampire and Asa. Just the biggest ice that Jinteki's got to offer.
And then here we see that single Ashen Epilogue that got knocked out earlier. That was on the Az deck.
Yep. Got the prepaids, got the Anacoms, like you were mentioning. We didn't see it in that game, but makes sense.
That one Wildcat.
Single twinning.
So, Boomerang, Voice Pad, Kurupira. All right. So events with a little bit of event support. Didn't manage to get it installed on that game we saw. Knack, who's just decided to corp. That's on Restoring Humanity, and this is indeed the punitive list. These lists are pretty clean and defined. 2 Regenesis they're on, so not on the 3 that you were asking about.
And this Restoring Humanity is on 3 Your Digital Life. I see some opting for Seamless for better scoring plans, but not this one. This one's all in on the big bacterial programming into punitive.
And we just see Lat on 2 revolvers, and I don't see another killer.
Fazarim's kind of a killer.
It's kind of a killer. And then here we have not again on Asmari. We just saw that it's on Big Deal. Wow.
And it's single big deal.
Actually,
that's a way to score a degree mill and win the game, I guess.
Only on 1 Oracle Think Tank. Interesting. I was expecting more of them. And then I think we saw all of these punishment cards. We have the Self-Growth, the Shipment, and the Market Forces. Yeah, we just, one of each, just played them all.
And 3 Economic Warfare. Really just looking to keep that runner in a money hole and give them all the tags.
All right, so we have Asmari versus Kit. And then we have Knack versus... We have Restoring Humanity versus Az. Well, we have seen the Table 2 matchup already. Do you want to see Table 1? See how Asmari goes against Kit?
Yeah, let's do it. This is not the matchup we thought that would be picked, so let's see how carefully Kit can play around this tag Asmari.
And we see so we must note the mind games and still keeping the illusion alive, pretending we're on Jupstad. And yeah, I guess Parker Bolo might have saw that this deck was 1 and 2 and just said, I bet that stumbles. Let me take a quick look at that Kit deck. Yeah, no free lunch or anything like that, so these tags just have to get cleared manually and carefully.
It notably is on 2 catalog. That is how I managed to luck my way into a victory versus this Asmari, so maybe Kit can do the same.
Yeah, there are 3-pointers abound. Not that that's really good for getting lots of accesses, but...
And you better make sure as Kit, if you're going to try and steal a degree mill, that you have other things on the table that are not your breakers. You do not want to shuffle a 10-cost breaker back into your stack.
Yeah. And there's enough resources that you can say, yeah, I'll leave a Nuka on 1 hit, or the stone ships.
Yep.
But this is 28 events. Asmari is going to be eating well.
Ooh, yeah, good point. usually an easy call for event, but even easier when you know the deck list.
All right, we have about 2 minutes till the start of the round. That's one thing that we may not have considered, which is that this choice of matchup may have been made with the hope of playing the other matchup against the person who wins the other table.
It's next level thinking.
And that's something that I'm not prepared to figure out. It's like cut math. You just ask someone else who probably knows how it works. Well, this makes me wish I had a cat cam set up. The problem is that Oliver never holds still.
Too full of beans.
I think he just knows when I'm trying to take a photo of him. All right, that is the round started. Good luck, have fun. This is one of the 2 top cut rounds. Single elimination. Whoever loses here is out.
And we've got a strong start from Not Again. Hedge fund into build remote.
Yeah, you
Just
might get
kind of have
burned,
to assume.
but maybe you just don't care.
Just gotta assume that's Rashida, right?
Probably. But also, you're not messing with the corp, you're not going to get tagged. And you got your stone chip down, so that's already one of the ideal things for to pay for those degree mills. Not a degree mill. Also, playing around the crypto crash because you only have 3 credits. Speaking of crypto crash, though,
Yeah.
sometimes the angle
Threatening
is
the crypto for sure.
just to go fast.
That's true. You want to get those points out of the way and into your score area before Kit finds the very, very scary werewolf that can just crack through all your ice for pennies.
Yeah, you do, like, we forget about it sometimes, but there is a moment where Kit doesn't have breakers and actually has to worry about ice. And you're running some nasty ice. Like, you don't want to hit a you do not want to hit a Starlit Knight right now and immediately get sent into tag hell.
Right.
And you could just as easily touch a Behold in Centrals and also get clowned on.
Yep, yep. Hit an F2P, get your daily cast bounce before you get the payout from it. That wouldn't be fun. But we are going to see a burner. Adding Starlit Knight to the bottom and Economic Warfare. Letting Not Again keep the Your Digital Life. Seems safe when they're on only 2 cards, I suppose.
Yep, and then we're just going to check. No Behold. Now, there's not too much invested in the board. You don't want to lose the daily casts, but it's probably survivable if you get Beheld here.
Beheld, huh? I suppose that would be the past tense.
I'm sure I can find it in some ancient book. All right, that's an Orca discarded. So that might be something where we bricked, we drew the combo piece, and we just have to put it back in the deck through test run or something.
Yeah, compile maybe.
I think. Let's see. Get test run. We are not on compile in this list.
Oh, okay.
It's 2 test runs. And we also see the Corp getting up to that second advancement. So it sure looked like a crypto crash last turn. And it still could be, but also if you're going to score a degree mill out, this is possibly how you have to do it.
Plenty targets to bounce with the degree mill here, but do you want to risk going through whatever this ice might be?
It is the crypto crash.
Ooh. Followed by a jam. Not bad. Very threatening. And now Porcobolo is only on 2 credits. Getting that drip from the daily casts. Just trying to draw through his deck.
Yeah, it is so hard when the ID can just carry you through the game. Like that's you just give 2 more credits to the Corp. And that is the Piranhas, so the person checking for Piranha's last game was right.
Ooh.
And then we see just resolving
Good bounce
all these
back though.
Yeah, resolving all these economy events incredibly quickly.
Your digital life for hedge fund value on not again side and icing R&D.
And now Spin Doctor doing a pretty decent job at, while that's there, if another burner were to land, which probably is not going to happen, Spin Doctor can just undo it to some extent.
Oh yeah, that's true. Just give a quick shuffle and say, those aren't on the bottom anymore. I'll still find them. Hit basically just giving Asmari 2 credits every turn here. But you kind of have to keep your money up.
Yeah, and the Corp trying to do the classic thing you do against Kit, which is just say, I bet you can't get through 3 ice because Kit only works on the first one. And once again, just feeding Asmari, and Asmari's up to big deal range now.
That's true. We do know there is one big deal in the deck. If not, again, can big deal out a degree mill, then they are in a very commanding position to force Kit to just check everything that goes into the server.
That's 10 cards. This might be the trying to find the spark of inspirations, which may not be there for you.
It is always a bit of a gamble playing the spark of inspiration. It's always possible that they just get shuffled to the bottom.
Sometimes you're just not inspired.
It's true. Porcobolo thinking very hard at all of these cards in grip.
Yeah, like what if Lobby Soman does just get you into that remote and you have to do it? The Corp clearly thinks that the runner can't get in. Draw 3 more cards. We're sitting at 13. We're going to discard at least 7 cards.
Not again worried about these Severnius stim implants. Of course, we know it's not in there, but that would be a hand you could throw away to Severnius.
And what's the rate on?
All right, let's. You throw away 2 for every 2 cards you throw away. You get an extra access.
Yeah.
Instead, Porcobolo is just going to be throwing away 7 cards to the end of turn discard.
All right, there goes, and that's a Rashida. So there goes a Mad Dash, Dirty Laundry, Trick Shot, Ms. Bones. All right, Corp really trying to make you sweat and keep the pressure on. Imagine a runner YDL, says Zinchling. Yeah, that'd be pretty dirty. Creative Commission's almost as good, right? It's got the terminal YDL. Some people say YDL should have.
Porcobolo apparently not very happy about the draw order here. Hard casts the Lobosomum.
Yeah, that is a
You
really
got
gnarly draw order, especially when you have to fear walking into self-growth programs.
And suddenly, those credit totals at the start of the turn were 22 to 22. Not the case anymore on the runner side.
And now if you run last click, you just get pinged.
Ooh. So rough.
All right,
Installing the cataloger.
Preparing to catalog. Imagine if this is a crypto crash. That would be
That's real rough if that's the case. And it sure is.
Crypto now crashes like this end Netrunner careers.
4 credits. Just ripping through the kit deck. Is that all 3 Nukas fully emptied?
That is indeed. There's one
only
Mad Dash.
9 cards left in the stack.
Yeah, that's one Mad Dash that's been discarded. So you might have to be really hoping and assuming that you can get 2 Degree Mills front, and one of them gets a Mad Dash. All right, 1 click left. Now you can't really catalog on final click.
No, that's usually not the best play. So, just trying to decide probably which of these 7 cards to play from hand. But Tenuous, not again, is on big deal money. The end of the game could just come out of nowhere at any point now.
All right, click for 1 last credit.
Got to discard a couple cards.
Yep, 2 to go. And man, that game was just drawing your whole deck. There goes a boomerang. There goes a test run. Don't need that anymore. All right, it's not a big deal, but that definitely could be the 5/3 plus a seamless. And Kazmari on event.
Is not again on seamless?
Yes, Not Again is on Seamless.
Okay.
2 of them. Am I looking at the... Yeah, no, I'm looking at the right list.
Yeah. Just lots of different influence spends in there. Okay, overclocking the remote.
Yep. Betting that it's the time to cash in the stone chips. Now, Piranhas, you are better set up than just about anyone to break this with Lobosomum. Full break for
all 5 of the overclock credits.
All right, 1 credit on Lobosomum. You're happy to see that.
Does take a counter. If this 3rd ice is a barrier, it's going to be very difficult for Porcobola to get back in. But nope.
No, 3rd Piranhas.
It's Piranhas.
Pretty expensive. You could consider just breaking the end the run comparison. But of course, if you're hinging your game on mad dashing something and the mad dash is in hand, then we might see a full break. Yeah, very, very few breakers can just pay 2 credits to match Piranhas on strength. There's the degree mill. There's the stone ships we've been saving all game.
Shuffle those back. Bolo has the tag from the ping. Probably wants to clear that.
I mean, at the very least, you know now that the Corp can't a big deal out, and you did just get 2 bad publicity.
That will be useful.
Did not clear the tag to res the second piranhas.
Oh yeah, I always forget that's an option.
It always feels like a very roundabout mugging to give them a tag and then immediately clear it from them.
NBN's been doing that for years. That's core gameplay with breaking news. Give them tags, take them away.
All right, 1 draw. We got, if catalogers to be used, then it's run this click or not at all. But also you have a moment to breathe in which the Corp isn't going to score out next turn. And in fact, if they oppo research you, they take themselves, like, not again loses 7 credits and goes down to 4 credits. I don't think you can play a big oppo. Little oppo, definitely.
Yeah. Big oppo being 7 to play outside of R Plus, who gets a discount, is very tough.
Porker Willow asking, will there be a tag in archives?
Think Tank and Tomorrow are a problem, but getting a dirty laundry to get some money. And
just a behold. Good to know about that. The behold is there. Yeah, clear the tag. I strongly agree with clearing the tag because, self-growth program just ends the game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can't let that fire in this matchup.
Ooh, full oppo.
Full oppo with a jam.
But 3 credits. I say you catalog them.
Yeah. Not too much ice can get rezzed with 3 credits. A ping, maybe, and then you're tagged. But I think you're just tagged anyway, so...
Yeah, no, I think this is...
Might as well.
This is almost certainly the final turn of the game.
Burner would hit right about now.
All the greatest runner hits. And yeah, this feels like one of those chess puzzles. Find the checkmate in 4 moves.
Ooh, trick shot. With that trick
right.
shot money and the bad pump money, you don't have to be too worried. Of course, you played an event, so Asmari's got 5 credits now.
That will get you a F2P resed. But yeah, we might be getting away with it. So actually just turning Trickshot into an Overclock Plus, a catalog, and all of that.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty good. This remote is normally cost...
It costs 5 for a full break.
Yeah. So it would normally cost 11, but you've got 6 credits from the trick shot, 2 from some bad pub. So even full breaking this all, you're getting through for just 3 real credits.
And you also know that if you are here on the Mad Dash, you know it's not a spin doctor in the remote because the Corp advanced it.
Oh, that's true. Of course, you can't Mad Dash and trick shot at the same time, unfortunately.
You cannot.
But you got to go get this agenda.
Yeah, we keep talking as if Mad Dash is definitely in hand, and it may not be. But we do have a pretty strong feeling about this agenda, and if you pick up this agenda, then you just have to catalog the top if you found one in the top 4. So Asphyxia is saying, "Are you sure you can't mad dash and trick shot?" Oracle
it's
think
a
tank.
think
It's
tank.
a ruse, not like this.
Excellent play. Now Porcobolo is very broke, and apparently didn't hit much with the cataloger since we don't see it get used immediately.
All right, I've been had Asphyxia knew all along that you can't combine mad dash and trick shot. There's the self-growth program. Hate to see it.
Rough stuff.
Yeah, cataloger missed. So that's the classic ruse. That's basically hitting them with a fully advanced Project June bug. Or Urtic Cipher for the kids today.
What's Porcobolo's out here?
More agendas in hand?
I don't know that you can get through this. You can't get through the ping. Even though you have a lot of cards in hand, I don't think you can get through the piranhas either.
Yeah, it's pretty grim. And yeah, not again demanding the 2 credits. Got to pay for that degree mill you got from the Education Corp.
If the second cataloger is in hand, you could just hope and pray that the R&D ice can't get rezzed at 4 credits.
F2P dumps on that, though.
Oh, ooh, yeah, it does. Really hard.
But I guess you'd at least have... oh, man. Runners need a Yodel, too. Imagine if Porcobolo could play Yodel right now.
That'd be pretty good.
Still no burner. That's really rough. But given that you need the degree mill to win, like, you don't have anything to feed to it.
Oh, that's right. Even if you do land the cataloger, you can't steal the degree mill. You don't have enough stuff on board.
And now we're here, like when you walk up to the fridge late at night and hope there's just food in it that takes no effort.
Yes, I'm eating shredded cheese over the kitchen sink
again. Playing for the random 2-pointer. Not today, though.
What a play that would be, though. Hit the 3rd crypto crash from hand, amazingly.
That is the out, because, as we all suspected, this is on the way.
Seamless gets that degree mill. Brings Not Again to 7 points for the win.
Yeah, Porcobolo, very correct. That start was really difficult. And while the Spark decks are very consistent, they do sometimes just sputter out like this.
Yeah.
Because the backup
sometimes all those sparks are in the bottom, and there's just not much you can do about that. But even though they drew their deck upside down, Porcobolo played very well.
Yes. Knowing that, lots of people would say, hey, I got to play all these economy events as I draw them. But Porcobolo knowing, no, discard them all. They don't win the game if I'm gear checked and need to get my Lobosomem online. Let's see. I believe we have... Yep, still quite a minute to go. Let's check in on this game. Whoa.
Well, we're joining into this game at what seems like a very critical moment where Knack has 21 cards in HQ and 2 bacterial programmings have hit the runner score area this very turn. Looks like the source is doing
We're doing some
a
punitive
somewhat
math.
Yeah, we're doing somewhat of a last-ditch run on R&D to just hopefully get a third agenda off the top, so we don't have to worry about the 6 damage punitive. The source is up on money, but Knack, with all those cards in hand, I'm assuming has a YDL in there somewhere, so it doesn't really matter unless the source can somehow get 20 extra credits in their last click.
Yeah, this was 2 bacterials out of archives that were accessed. And this is turn 8, so it took a minute. And that first bacterial added 7 cards to HQ, so there were just 2 bacterials in archives at that moment.
It's especially rough since stealing those bacterials means the threat is much higher now, and your shibboleth is going to be having to pay through the nose through these vampire nasas.
Oh, dirty laundry. Ooh, dirty laundry on the ice, on the remote with no rezzed ice. So if the corp rezzes to try to dunk on your dirty laundry, they just lose the money they need to punitive you.
The source saying, fingers crossed.
Yeah, the whole rig is online.
It is entirely possible that all of the YDLs are still in R&D. Well, I guess there's one in archives, but the 2 other ones could still be in R&D. But
all right, class act, go up to 8
we'll see.
cards.
Oh, very nice. One digital life.
But we're at like we got 13 credits and 1 link, so you need to get to trace 14 on both punitives.
So you pay 3, it starts at trace 5, so you need to pay 9 more. I mean, Knack has the money for that. I think Knack has it. 10 to increase it to strength 15.
Right, you did need 15, so pay 10. But I don't think you might. I think you might not have it, because you have to do that again.
Oh, does it need to?
Yeah, we just saw the math, and I think I might have misspoke because the link plus credits equals 14, but the court needs to get to 15 to beat it because you have to exceed it, not
You're
match.
right. Yeah. Curse those off by 1 errors. So easy to do.
Yeah, so now, yeah,
Unsuccessful, and Knack concedes.
That 1 link, absolute lifesaver by 1 credit because of the link.
Damn. Take that, NSG. Link is not a dead mechanic.
It is if we rotate punitive. All right. So now I think we'll need a second. I guess we can see if there's any interesting stats on here. So here's the credits basic action. No credits by basic action on the runner side. Clean. You'd love to see that. All right, so back to Aesop's.
So let's take a look.
All right, so that was an Asmari win and an Az win. So I think that means that Nottingham will go to runner. The source will go to. So I forgot what Nottingham's runner was. So yeah, I think they're just switching sides, and that's going to be the finals.
Yeah. It's going to be Atea versus Hoshiko.
And we have seen Hoshiko once. We had the unseen protagonist. Hang on, I need to go prepare something. No, I'm not. Okay. Not going to go dig up the pictures of my cat again. Can't do that and talk. It's easier when I'm just running the stream. I'll put a cat photo on the ending part of the stream.
Excellent. That's truly what the people come for, is the cat photos. They get some good Netrunner on the side.
You have to wait till after the finals, Axu.
So let's see. What's Not Against Hoshiko doing? Looks like just kind of regular stuff. Nothing too wild here. Got a Cleaver Buzzsaw Echelon rig with Leech and Boomerang support. And Bankar, of course. Maw for the console. That's a fun choice.
Yep, very disruptive.
And a single finality.
Yeah, that's just about right.
That'll be going up against this Atea, the glacieriest of Ateas, on 3 attitude adjustment.
Yeah, if anyone can produce the credits to just deal with Atea, then it might be this Hoshiko. But we are on the Turbine Classics, but I don't see a Turbine.
No?
Just leeches.
Just leeches. Seems like Not Again preferred to spend his influence on Miss Bones, Boomerangs, and a single copy of Nuka. Just getting that extra draw that can be so critical in Hoshiko, since Anarch doesn't have a good way to just summon breakers. You just gotta draw them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Hoshiko might have a bit of a tough time, but on the other hand, maybe you can just pressure Atea with your early runs because your ID gives you all that value.
This is going to be a interesting matchup. Hoshiko, I mean, as is often the case in Netrunner, is going to be advantaged in the early game before Atea can res some of their big chunky ice. And in the late game, hopefully have enough leeches to still be able to get through it.
Yeah, usually you just kind of assume you win the late game because you have Turbine, but that's not the case here. And I could easily see the leeches getting starved out.
Yeah, depending on whether or not a Sisyphus can hit the score area, make you have to use enough leech tokens to get through an Anansi 2 or 3 times. You could see those deplete very quickly.
Is this a fun stream or an analytic stream? I don't recognize that quote. Is this a fun stream? Is this trying to peer pressure me into putting the cat onto the screen? We may have to actually make you all wait for the end credits. That's how we juice our numbers.
Promises of cat pictures. I mean, that's the only currency the internet really cares about, right?
I don't know why the image comes on so huge, but it does. So, dramatic reenactment. He's left the room now. And yeah, he's a weird.
Looking very introspective in this picture, staring off into the middle distance.
He's a weird little cat. He likes to sleep with his arms hanging over the edge of the cat scratcher like that. That one's big enough for him to stretch out without having any limbs over the edge. All right, but here we go. Got to take away the cat now. Is this actually... This is a 48 card Hoshiko. Didn't notice.
Gotta have that extra buffer of cards from the damage this Atea might dish out.
Yeah, all these people trying to shuffle their discard back into their deck with Ashen Epilogue. The answer is simple. Just play more deck. Don't even have to pay credits. The only raffle here is if you get hit by a Sisenton. Alright, Source evidently making a mulligan decision based on the deck list. Quite fair. You know, you see a Sisyphus deck list and all that ice. And you might say, I should get my Carmen online.
And untimed finals here, so you've got all the time in the world to really go over the nitty-gritty of that deck list and make the best decision for you.
Both players did mulligan, and I had that backwards. The Source is playing Corp here. So, looked at something in the Hoshiko list and decided to mulligan. Starting off with a pretty strong start. It's like Hedge Fund, but one more. But it eats up your cards so quickly. The Corpse, if the Source plays another card down to one, haven't even resolved any. Down to one card in hand. Yeah, just one card left in HQ.
That HQ is going to be pretty easy to check. Sweep and clear. Paying for the Maw. Trashing HQ.
Yeah, okay. We're disrupting from turn one. Cohort? Yeah, get that cohort out of here. You know what cohort does? Spooky stuff. And funnily enough, we can just say, I don't need what's in HQ. No cards in HQ, turn off the Maw.
Yeah, good point. Can't get your cards trashed if you don't have any.
It's like how the Thule deck operates. All the cards are on the table. You can't Maw this. You have to go touch. You have to go touch Hyperloop extensions. That is an expensive res.
But it does not end the run. So Hoshiko will be able to see a Charlotte. Oh, I
Ooh,
see.
oh, the disrespect, because Not Again didn't have the credits. The Scorce didn't need to trash the Charlotte for the paltry for the 3 credit payout. Get to save that for next turn. But of course, found a bacterial in archives. And that the one that was just in HQ? So you accessed Charlotte, got that out of HQ? So, while the runner may be at rock bottom, I don't know who's advantaged here. You're certainly not giving Sisyphus a chance to come online.
Right.
And sometimes as
But
Hoshiko,
a Charlotte ticking, always useful.
Always love Charlotte ticking. Send a message going back into the deck. But you are Hoshiko. You can just draw cards and break with your face.
And yeah, Hoshiko drawing good cards there with the Nuka.
Scarius asking, with Hoshiko's link, can we even do a punitive? And it just doesn't seem possible. It's all you need is one link. Don't need to worry about credits, I think. I'll tell you, putting a new card there. So this could be a Spin Doctor that gets kind of difficult to clear out if you've got 0 credits. So Not Again might have to calm down and stop, or just keep going.
Click, click, miss bones. We don't need real money. We'll just use all the fake money in the world. Keep this pressure up.
This does get you a Hoshiko flip. All right. Now, La Costa apparently doesn't work conveniently with this interaction on JNet. Apparently, JNet might not give you the Charlotte thing, so I think you have to manually fire La Costa first, then fire Charlotte.
A little extra clicking, but looks like the source is making it work. More upgrades in server 1.
Now
Building
we're all
another
our stuff.
server. Yeah.
All right, just checking everything. That is Atini. We saw one thrown out earlier. We are on threat 3, so the runner cannot spend credits to avoid damage. A lot of people argue that the threat 3 is a complete non-ability because you shouldn't be paying money onto this anyways. But that will get you a Maw trigger. That'll get you a check on archives.
We've got all kinds of start of turn effects.
Yeah, and I think
drawing
the runner
5 cards.
The runner's playing as if, hoping to win before the corp managed to actually make anything happen. And sure enough, there's no scoring possibility anywhere soon. Attitude adjustment, shuffling 2 more agendas back. We really don't. Really not looking to manage these agendas right now. Ooh.
Not again. Just being so aggressive.
Last click, just a very roundabout moshing. You get your leech, you get your maw trigger, probably. Yeah, access Rashida and don't trash it, just maw. And now that's a Hollow Man, so that looks like that's gonna go never advance a 5 cost agenda.
Yep.
Yeah,
Gets
not
moved
again
over to
saying
server
rip me.
4. There's
There,
that Sisyphus.
yeah. And now immediately, breaking with your face got a whole lot worse.
Yeah, the Atini 3 damage was already a bit of an ask. Atini for 6 damage? That's can't do that. Though there is a leech online. If you find a buzzsaw and you get that leech rolling.
Yeah, 4
Atini
credits through
for
Vampire
only 2
Naso, not that
credits.
bad. Okay, just checking. Hope a 3-pointer hit archive somehow. Can you show us the agenda? Yes. So the first time the runner passes a resed Kogate or Sentry, you may pay 1 credit or trash run card from HQ. If you do, the runner encounters that ice again. So for the rest of the game, you get a double encounter all this monster Jinteki ice.
It is only first time each turn, though.
Yeah,
So
it's not every
if you
piece
could
of ice.
find
But
if you could find a spare Code Geass Sentry that you don't mind hitting again, perhaps the 1X Thimble Rig in the deck, then maybe you can kind of waste the trigger.
I'm
But
gonna guess that that doesn't get rezzed at this point.
yeah. Dak and Ice on the remotes here with Atea. Got 3 unres dice protecting a Hollow Man with something going in that remote.
Yeah, and while Sisyphus is absolutely miserable to deal with the Hollow Man, it looks like the source might be able to just score out really quickly.
Using Baya to draw and install Buzzsaw.
There is that. We found it.
So now HQ is going to be pretty cheap to get through if you can keep your leech counters up. It'll take 2 leech counters every time. You'll only get 1 back. So you'll have to find another
It's
source.
going to cost you. Well, if you get Sisyphus, it's actually going to cost you 4 leech counters, or just let it fire.
Oh, good point. Good point. Yeah, does that mean this Atini?
And trashing the card from HQ. That might be keeping away the agenda. Albeit you're just gonna get mod.
Fun way to play keep away there with Sisyphus Protocol. It's fun.
Alright, finality. We are not having this. That just used up the Sisyphus protocol, so we're not getting double hit with anything. And the called shot, Res Snack.
And indeed, a big old snack gets res. 10 to res Cloud Eater. Not gonna stand. Fire it all. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Let's get this finality. Taking 2 tags.
Alright. 3 accesses, nothing happens. Corp actually has no money right now. This is just a free run.
And no cards in hand.
Okay, Hollow Man out. Bacterial, exciting. And you can't throw him into archives because the runner's probably... Oh no, wait, the runner has no clicks left.
Was there a second Hollow Man face down in this server?
Yeah, there was a
I guess.
second Hollow Man face down.
Okay.
I mean, why do you trash that, though?
Yeah, I suppose you would want to trash the rest one. Because now we don't have money to trash this one. Not like the source has the money to use the Hollow Man right now anyway, but
All right, accidentally hit trash on YOLO Man, so yep, we ball. Fair enough.
alright, the source drawing some cards off bacterial, rearranging the top of the deck. Still, this Charlotte Lacosta just chugging away, giving value.
It's really good. It's so much money. It's so much more money. And now Archives Ice.
Why the Archives Ice? I guess you still do have to be a little scared more.
Yeah. So we just see some credits and strike fund over from the runner. All you need is just one more agenda somewhere.
And the source blitzing through the deck. Fire. And jamming.
I don't see any ice destruction out of the Hoshiko list. So you just have to go honestly find an agenda. NSG print less econ challenge impossible. We just printed strike fund. That's an Adrian. Looking like that locks up the server 4. Now, apart from all the ice, there is a Light the Fire in this list. It's one of those cards where everyone doesn't put in their deck, but it seems like a really good card on paper. Except for right now.
It's not a card you need all the time, but when you need it, it is the thing that solves the problem.
It's something that you just want in your sideboard, and you play like a wish card.
Right. But if you're expecting a bunch of Managar shenanigans, the fire seems perfectly cromulent.
All right, we're running HQ, and it looks like this is probably the lesser of two evils for what do we use the Sisyphus protocol trigger on. It's a Maw. We're checking archives. There's 5 face downs. There's a Saisenton. That looks just...
that's just
Steel
game,
Skin.
isn't it?
No, it's Steel
Saving
Skin.
the day! Ooh!
Didn't find an agenda, though. That's what you were really hoping for.
Yeah, skin of the teeth here. Not again on no cards in hand. Single Neural EMP would just win the game right now if it was still in Standard.
Oh, it is. We just changed it to a different faction. Now you got to play Angelique.
That's true.
Attitude adjustment. Still more agendas getting hidden away.
Which means we missed those agendas on the HQ run last turn. Not again saying rip. Could have been the win.
Yep, the source, apparently a little order issue. I think this might have been intended to use the Hollow Man? Not sure. Yeah, not much to do on the
Yeah.
runner side other than just draw 4. Now you have some time. You can try to build up a hand that'll get you in for a Hail Mary on R&D.
Then that should scored.
However, we did just set up for the double jam.
Jam, click for a credit.
Now this puts
Not
the runner into a
pre-advancing.
real jam because Hollow Man can easily score that out as if it's a 5-3. All right,
Not
Oh
again.
no, getting blocked on Tattoo Bola.
Oof. Hollow, advance. Oh, just single advance 4 and off world. In the game.
Yep, it
The
took
source
a minute,
taking it home.
but Sisyphus Protocol just ends the game. It just took us 10 more turns to figure it out. All right, but
There were definitely chances in there for things to go the other way. It was a good close game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the runner was on 6 points there. All right, that is our September AMT right there. We'll leave the Oliver picture there for now.
Ah, of course.
Yeah. Well,
So
thank you
somebody
everyone
in the
for coming to
top cut.
watch. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say somebody in the top cut is getting a CBI invite. I think most of the top players already had one,
Yeah,
but we're sending more people to that circuit breaker in January.
Yeah, we'll find someone to give it to. All right. And with that, I think I'm about ready to close this out. It is late at night here. Thank you to Alex for running the tournament. Thank you for all the players for coming in, possibly outside of the time zone, so we have a good stream. And thank you for coming to commentate, as well as thanks to Eli for commentating the first couple of rounds.
It's always a good time. It's Netrunner. We'll see you out there in cyberspace, runners.
Right. Always be running. Have a good night.